इतना सफर है कुछ होने में और बहुत कुछ होने में। इतना सा फर्क है एक बार सोच के छोड़ देने में और लग के कर दिखाने में। मान लेने में कि जिंदगी ऐसे ही कटेगी और सुबह 4 बजे उठ के सोचने में कि अभी तो बस शुरुआत है। किसी मैगजीन को हाथ में लेने में और उसी मैगजीन के कवर पेज पे होने में इतना सा ही तो फर्क है। वीआईपी सीट में और उसकी पिछली सीट में इतना सा ही तो फर्क है। वो जिसका मैदान ही खुला आसमान है वही कल जमीन पर तो था। पूछोगे तो बताएगा वो पंछी कि एक दायरे में सिमटने में और पूरी दुनिया को दायरा बनाने में बस इतना सा फर्क है। इतना कितना है? इतना है या इतना है? जो नापेगा वो जाने कि जहां धरती और आसमान मिलते हैं, नानकुर से दूर, अगर मगर शायद से दूर, वहां भी दोनों में फर्क बस इतना सा है। धरती और 7वें आसमान में फर्क बस इतना सा है। ये एक अंतर प्रेरणा है। ये हमारी, आपकी, हम सब की अंतर प्रेरणा है। एक कदम, एक छलांग, एक बाजी, एक गहरी सांस और एक ललकार खुली हवाओं में कि हाँ मैं बना हूं उन फिजाओं के लिए, कि हाँ मैं बना हूं उन ऊंचाइयों के लिए जो ऊंची तो बहुत है पर नामुमकिन भी नहीं, क्योंकि मुमकिन और नामुमकिन में बस इतना सा फर्क है। धूप छांव में फर्क बस इतना सा है। तो बस चलिए फ्रैंचाइज इंडिया के साथ ये फर्क मिटा देते हैं। फ्रैंचाइज इंडिया, 20 years of ideas.
Good evening, everyone. We are just waiting for a couple of minutes for a few more people to join, but we'll starting soon in 2 minutes now.
Akshay, can we see you? We are unable to see you.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Great. So it's 6:34 in Singapore. Most of the members have already done their office. I think maybe a couple of minutes will still wait. Then I think it should be good to begin.
Akshay, we can start with the introduction, please.
Is that? Sure. Okay, good evening, everyone. Again, I would like to welcome all our attendees across Southeast Asia. Hello to everyone in Singapore. Hello to everyone in Malaysia. Hello to all our fellow Indians who are part or also residing in these vibrant countries. Welcome again. And we are happy to see you all today. Definitely, we can promise you your Friday evening would be informative, eye-opening at the same time. You might find opportunities which you're looking for. So today we are here at the NRI Franchise Show, Southeast Asia edition, hosted by Franchise India as well as FranGlobal. Before I introduce FranGlobal CEO Venus Barak, let me introduce herself first, and then over to you, Venus. So Venus is CEO of FranGlobal, which is a global arm of Franchise India, and she brings over 20 years of experience both in international development as well as corporate consulting, sales as well as entrepreneurship. And she has worked across 45 countries in various sectors. She has been spending or worked with last 1 decade with more than 4,000 plus SMEs, and also worked with Fortune 500 companies such as Virgin Atlantic, Reliance, Aditya Birla, and others. She is a keynote speaker, and also she has moderated various business conferences. So I think it will be good to hear from her. And Venus, I welcome you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Akshay. It's so good to be on your team. And I think I want to start with a very big namaste and a very good evening to all our participants joining us right now and later as well, all our colleagues, all our teams and franchise community in our country, around the country, Singapore and the world. As Akshay has mentioned, I'm Venus Barak. I'm the CEO of FranGlobal. And I, on behalf of Franchise India and FranGlobal, would warmly like to welcome all of you at the summit, at the NRI Summit. This NRI Summit is an initiative by Franchise India and FranGlobal to proactively engage with the NRI community in the franchise industry in India, as well as their residing country. Akshay has already introduced, but I'll again sort of reintroduce our company. Franchise India Holdings Limited now is a 22-year-old organization. As you would have seen in the video, we are a company about ideas. So it started with an idea in 1999 of providing platform for expanding and connecting brands with prospective franchisees. Our humble beginnings with entrepreneurship mindset at the core of our DNA has made Franchise India today very proudly Asia's and definitely India's largest and oldest franchise service organization. With our services in franchise consulting, print and digital media, events, exhibition, and brokerage, we proudly engage with over 85% of franchise industry in one way or another. Later in the show, we will have our founder and chairman of Franchise India, Mr. Gaurav Maria, who will share his insights with you. I'm sure that will be very valuable. So as Akshay mentioned, FranGlobal is the international arm of Franchise India. And we exclusively work with international brands and concepts from all across the world and help them find the right business model and partners in India, as well as few other selected markets. Now, I think I want to come at today's NRI event. It is our first in the series of many to come. And I think I want to share a few points of the motivation from where we are actually organizing this event for you. I'll share a few points. Number one is in major mature franchise markets like the USA, the UK, Australia, among many others, Indian origin community has over 20 to 30% share in their franchise network. Number two, there is a research of NRI and Indians living abroad coming back to India and would like to connect with good brands and businesses. Number three, a lot of NRI families would like opportunities and options to invest in India directly or indirectly. Number four, which I will also like to include, a lot of our brothers and sisters coming back to India after studying and working abroad for many years. And number five, demand for specific Indian brands across the NRI communities in their respective markets. So this is the first in the series, but these few factors have been our motivation to organize this first session. And as a kickoff session, we have selected a mix of international and Indian brands with scope of expansion in India, Singapore, or any other suitable markets. I encourage all our participants to ask questions as well as do required due diligence of the brand of their interest. Our teams, as well as Mr. Akshay Umarchi, who is part of our franchise consulting advisory team in Singapore, will be more than happy to help to provide any support required. I think in the end, in my experience, franchising is a matchmaking process. You should look for financial, strategic, and operational fit during the selection process and then bind it legally. So good luck with that. Before I finish, I have to thank Akshay. I think, Akshay, you have gone above and beyond to make this event happen. Mr. Gaurav Maria, who is our chairman and founder, Franchise India, to drive and encourage us to be able as a team to make this endeavor happen. Our participating brands who have been very kind and accommodating for this event to happen. Franchise India Media, teams at FIBL, FranGlobal, and special thanks to Dheeraj and Ekansh along with their teams. Thank you, everyone. And I think I look forward spending time today with you and hope you really enjoy and find valuable for what we have put together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venus. I think that was quite insightful, and thank you for and all the best for the new projects we do ahead. So going forward, as you know, we have a very big agenda and many international and national brands, as Venus mentioned, will be coming up following after this. But before that, I would like to introduce Venus and also our consultant, Anshul Bansal, to also share us more insights on the franchise industry and also how is India market right now, progressing.
Sure. Thank you so much, Akshay. We'll definitely try. I encourage all our participants to be very open to ask questions and any queries, to share their profiles, what they're looking for during our presentation, because this presentation primarily we have built to sort of give you an understanding of the landscape of franchising in general, and especially franchising in India. And we have also included certain sort of content of what is happening, especially with the effect of pandemic in our market. So hope you will find it valuable, but please feel very free to share whatever you want to share, which is relevant to you during the presentation. We'll try to answer as many questions as possible. Anshul, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about India opportunity, in fact, for some of our international brands. And of course, Akshay, if you could start the presentation, please.
Yeah, sure. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, I can. Okay, so in this presentation, we would of course go through very briefly in terms of what Franchise India as a group has to offer, and of course a small profile of FranGlobal. We follow that with the section on franchise industry in India, how that is been past 5 years and what is we have in store for the future. We then look at India opportunity and how India is placed, given this turbulent times across global economies, how is India placed in this situation? And then we have a section on choosing the right brand for you. And of course, then we summarize the complete presentation. We can go to the next slide, please. Right, so this has been discussed. So Franchise India, of course, a 22-year-old company now, a fully integrated franchise and licensing solutions company, started in 1998, and a presence across India with 45 offices, and 1,000+ team today working with us in different verticals. So in a period of 1 year, we typically work with 500 brands, both Indian and international brands, to help them understand the opportunity in the Indian market, and then help them with partner development.
And I think one thing which I want to share alongside Anshu is, as I shared, when we started off in the market, it was a complete sort of a virgin landscape. So we as a company over the last more than 20 years have built all the platforms where actually a franchisor and a franchisee can engage with. So today, anybody in India from anywhere, we have empowered through our platforms. They can find thousands and thousands of opportunities, and any brand who wants to franchise can connect to over 1 million investors. Go ahead, Anshu.
So Akshay, next slide, please. Akshay, we can go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, I have changed the slide. Are you able to see?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm still on the previous one. Okay, so on this next slide, yes, thank you very much. So that is Mr. Gaurav Maurya, Chairman, Franchise India Group, and he would be speaking to us towards the end of this session, and of course will be sharing his perspective in terms of the India opportunity and some of the brands who are keen for Singapore as well. Next slide.
Anshul, go ahead. Anshul, you're on mute.
Okay. So FranGlobal is Franchise India's international business arm and works exclusively with international brands, exploring opportunities, of course, in India, and also looking at some of the other key markets in Southeast Asian countries, Middle East, and we've been successful with few brands who are looking for European opportunities as well. So under FranGlobal, our role is two ways. One, we of course help the brand understand the opportunity, put together a business plan, and also help them. Second phase is to help them with the partner development in the market. We of course help these brands understand the most optimum route to market, which could be either through a master franchise, which can take the complete country as one, or regional master franchisees. And in some cases, we've also looked at joint venture opportunities in some of the cases, right? So FranGlobal largely works with restaurant, food business, restaurants. We've done a lot of work in education space. And last couple of years has been, good opportunities with some very good global consulting firms looking to explore opportunities in Indian market. Next slide, please. Yep.
I think we can skip this. We have done this.
Okay. Sure. So that brings us to the franchise industry in India. Franchise industry in India today is valued at 75 billion US dollars, which was, at 15 billion dollars in 2012. So in 8 years, the market has become 5x. And even in the future, over the next 5 years, we see this market, hitting $100 billion size. Just to give you a comparison, in India, organized retail is about 10% today. But if I look at US, the organized retail is almost close to 90%. What we are seeing in India today is if India needs to move from 10% to anywhere close to that 90% figure, franchising would be a very important catalyst on that route. A lot of brands today, they would continue to expand their presence in the country and would take franchising as a route to set up retail stores, multiple units, and reach out to customers more and more, right? We also see an interesting trend in terms of the partner profiles. We're now seeing a lot of franchises coming forward are coming from a strong education background. So earlier when it used to be only People with large money would take up the franchisee. But today we see a lot of people with holding high degrees, higher education degrees, MBAs, CAs, even engineers coming forward and taking up interesting franchise opportunities. So what this has done is this has made franchise operations, very well, with people bringing in their expertise, their education background to make these operations better. Overall, we see about 3,700, in fact, close to 4,000 franchisors in the country with close to 1.5 lakhs franchisees. And this number continues to grow at a very fast pace, right? The fastest growing and top performing sectors in India on franchising, of course, food happens to be the biggest segment. But after food, we see apparel, education, healthcare, and beauty and wellness, salons, fitness centers, gyms are largely franchised. Last couple of years, we've also seen emerging sectors taking up franchisee routes to expand their business. As a trend, what we are seeing is now more and more businesses are evaluating their value chain to understand, where is that hidden value that can be unlocked by, putting up a franchisee on that value chain. So that is where we see a lot of new industries, exciting opportunities coming forward and adopting franchising as a model of expansion. We're also seeing some large business groups who were traditionally doing company stores only, also looking at franchising as an option to continue to grow their business. Right. So then we can go to the next slide, please.
I think I'd just like to add something, Anshul, here. Very well presented. So just to give you an idea, I think I want to add two things. One, as Anshul mentioned, India is one of those markets which has a very robust sort of domestic franchising combined with international franchising. So there are about almost 4,500 to 5,000 franchise systems in India. About 16% of them are international brands and 84% domestic brands. So we have a fairly healthy franchise industry driven predominantly by our consumption, especially in last 20 years. I think, and another thing which I wanted to add was which one of my mentors when I started working in franchising in 2007, because I came back from New York and I had no idea what franchising was all about. So I was actually told in very simple terms, which might be of value of the audience here. Franchising is, franchise is a space. So there are two universes. So my mentor kind of made me understood this model in a manner. He said there are two universes which exist always. One universe is a trader universe, entrepreneur universe, right? And the second universe is the professional universe. So franchising somewhere is a collusion of these two universes, because you have to be an entrepreneur. You have to, this is going to be your own and operated business, but you're combined with the professional world, because you will get existing proven systems and standards. So from day one, your chances of success, and which by with the data is that you're generally expected to fill in a business almost 90% of the time. In franchising, I think that's that ratio is of success is actually 70%. So franchising at its very elemental level is you really connecting with somebody else's entrepreneurship and proven entrepreneurship, but it's still you would be the owner. So that's, and that I still remember that from day one I understood this. So I hope that is helpful to you. India, as Anshul has shared, is a very robust franchise market. We are growing. We have been growing at the rate of 25% year on year. That's why, as Anshul mentioned, we are almost sort of 5x in last 5 to 7 years, and the growth is going to grow further. Even with the COVID impact, once the consumption picks up, franchising would pick up as well. Go ahead, Anshul.
Yes. Okay. So, on this, we would like to take a look at some of the industries who have been into franchising traditionally, but had to face a little bit of challenge with COVID-19. We're also looking at, brands adopting their way with this new normal and coming up with some innovative business solutions to continue to service customers. So we look at groceries, which is the highest contribution in terms of the personal consumption expenditure. Groceries also, some interesting concepts that have come up now uh, is the online aggregators, and there are many in India today. I'm sure the same is with Singapore and Malaysian markets as well. Similarly, if I look at clothing and footwear, uh, we now see companies setting up their online solutions where people can give their sizing online, and then you can have the shirt custom tailor made for you. So there is this company called the Bombay Shirt Company, which is into franchising, and that's the model they are working on. So they have very small, efficient outlets where you can go and pick up your shirt, but all the parameters are taken online. So this is something many companies are trying to do that now. Health pharmacies, which were not allowed to do home deliveries earlier, there is a ruling now that home deliveries of medicines, pharmacies can also be extended. You know, education as well. We see edtech coming up really well, setting up virtual classrooms, smart classrooms. STEM education is really picked up, where after school training and coaching is given to the kids. And this is also being integrated with online education programs. Later in the evening, we have a brand called iCode from US, which talks more on this category. Similarly, if you look at restaurants, severely hit, we all know, severely hit by COVID-19. But here again, we see a lot of companies now getting into cloud kitchen formats, or focusing on home deliveries, tying up with these online delivery aggregator companies. So that has been the change. We are also witnessing hyper local retail stores coming up now. So, pertinent to each neighborhood, you would have this small yet very efficient retail stores being done to cater to very small sort of a market, right? We're also seeing, under beauty and wellness category, if you look at particularly salons, uh, there's significant focus on hygiene, using PPE kits and everything to ensure that customers can feel comfortable sitting in the chair and getting the work done, right? Sure, Akshay, please go to the next slide. Yeah, so as I've been saying, this is the new normal that we're seeing now. Online shopping, ordering and home deliveries across categories is what we are seeing now. We have taken example of food retail. ITC, which is traditionally a distribution-led company, FMCG company, has tied up with Domino's in India, of course, Jubilant Foodworks, the master franchise, to set up their distribution through Domino's mobile app in the market. So wherever Domino's stores are available, people can just put their orders through their app and then pick up material from Domino's outlet. We're also seeing, on similar note, we're also seeing, and I'm sure you would know, this GeoMart by Reliance, which is trying to connect with all Kirana stores, or in fact grocery stores across India, to enable customers to place orders through WhatsApp and then get home deliveries done to them. So very interesting approach this is. We're also working with many other similar companies in India who are now looking at tying up with these unorganized grocery store operators and give them a uniform platform where they all can come in and continue to service customers through online home deliveries, right? Similarly, we spoke about FMCG companies getting a tie-up with online aggregators like Big Basket, Grofers, and the likes. Education space, there has been online classrooms. In fact, last 3 months, there's been a significant surge, and this is across, K-12, class 1 to 12. In fact, if you look at preschool segment also, schools are now offering this online classes through Zoom or Google Meet or any other medium to ensure that even a kid of 3 or 4 years old is able to access information, is able to continue his learning process, right? We're also seeing a harmonized retail. Uh, I spoke about the Bombay Shirt Company, which is a very good example of harmonized retail, where you have an offline store combined with online delivery, right? So the entire customer interface is designed online, while the work is done offline, and then the product is shipped to customer's house directly. It is almost like a zero contact operations, right? We're also seeing, we spoke about hyper local stores coming in. Many companies are now looking at this opportunity as well, where they're creating these small yet very efficient stores catering to a small market. But what does this all mean? Are we looking at offline retail would no longer be needed? Is that the case that we're looking at? No, that's not the case. In fact, what we're looking at is an omni-channel presence is what is required for a brand today, right? So a brand needs to be present in all formats, retail, online, offline, everywhere. The brand needs to be present to ensure that whatever customers they're able to acquire from the market, they're able to continue to service them and retain them. In a situation, in a market situation like this, acquisition of new customers would be difficult. But if you're able to retain your customers and you continue to service them, that is where the business could sustain better. So this is what we see as an omni-channel presence will be the key, and we focus more on this when we talk about what is a good brand for you as a franchisee.
Anshul, do you also think that the hub and spoke model, which connects, let's say, a big box retail or a warehouse with spokes in different sort of neighborhoods, do you think that that would work? That is an interesting area to look at as part of what is happening with the industry.
It is, Venus, this is, we are also witnessing hub and spoke model to be used by a lot of companies, especially in FMCG segment,
Right.
where the hubs would also become, so to say, a distribution center, and manages the entire supply chain to their spokes. While the spokes would be very efficiently done, smaller units catering to a neighborhood, right? So that would be a very interesting approach, and we are working with a few brands already in India who are looking at this structure for their business.
Right. Anshul, would you also say, and I'll maybe add something there, is that because since we're talking about the effect of apart from the traditional very that we're also seeing a lot of new categories and new franchisors and franchisees coming into the market.
Yes, so especially during this last 3 to 6 months period, especially, we are looking at many companies who have, you know, got on this sanitization, disinfection services, particularly. Uh, we have worked with many companies who are into facility management traditionally, and because of their existing customer base, which is servicing a corporate, servicing Horeca segment, servicing residential, they're also getting into the sanitization and disinfection services, plus also supplying these PPE kits and products. So yes, there are many, and similarly, many other categories are now expanding and looking at new opportunities in this space.
Right. I think we as well are seeing, we are seeing sort of a new categories which were kind of dormant right before the pandemic, especially in the services industry.
Yes.
So you mentioned cleaning, but many other service industries, healthcare, even in education service like childcare, a lot of home-based businesses, business services, coaching, consulting, a lot of businesses which are very popular in mature markets like the US, UK, are now seeing a lot of demand as well as supply in India. And paradoxically, we are also seeing a lot of traditional manufacturing or trading businesses who have been there in India for decades looking at franchising because of what is happening in the market. So I think going forward, yes, it's a very tough time for a lot of us and all of us, but it is also a time for a lot of new and fresh concepts and brands to pivot and have a market for them.
Correct. Correct. There is also, Venus, if you can add, there is also an interesting emerging trend that we're seeing. We should not be saying this, but India, with a growing affluence, so to say, is witnessing an exciting time where given the large population base we have, and of course, amongst the youngest nations at 29 years average age, and growing aspirations, we're seeing a lot of specialized services also
Right.
coming in, and international service providers with specialized services are now venturing towards India.
I agree. So it's very hard times, very exciting times because this particular crisis has really made every company, whether big, small, or large, to reevaluate their strategies. And there is, as Anshul has shared, especially Indians traditionally. I was just talking to somebody today from the UK, and then they mentioned that they have. I mean, that person has worked for 40 years in India, and he said that Indians are, I mean, by design, are very entrepreneurial, and so it's very exciting times. We have a lot of young people looking into franchising. So, yeah, I think we should have a lot of new concepts and brands coming out of this.
Okay. Yep. Akshay, please go to the next slide. Yes. So focus on hygiene factor would be more than ever before. Of course, hygiene was important, but as a customer, we've not really cared for this, like we are caring for this now. Especially if we look at preschools, where a 3-year-old kid goes to the school and he has no understanding in terms of what is good and what is not good for him. So hygiene becomes very, very important. Traditionally, we see a 200 square feet or a 20 square meter classroom putting together about 20 kids in that room, which we believe may not be acceptable by parents, more aware parents to do that. So while we're looking at a preschool opportunity to send our kids, I personally would be very careful to look at what is the classroom size and how many kids are there. Right. Similarly, airline industry, if we see, extreme focus on hygiene, putting in the PPE kits, just putting 3 customers on a line where you could sit 6. So that has happened. Similarly, we also see in restaurant space, we've discussed this before, that many casual dining restaurants are also looking to get into QSR, smaller formats, looking to get into cloud kitchen formats, tie-ups being done to ensure sustainability of the business. So what has happened is every company today, they're trying to identify the opportunity in adversity. And there is always an opportunity in adversity, right? And accordingly, companies are now evolving their businesses and looking at sustaining the business or growing the business to next level. Salons in India have started, but on a very tight rope, in the sense that they have to do a lot of work to do in terms of sanitization, disinfection, and then using PPE kits, but this is what we see as a new normal now. Going forward, even 3 months later, when we want to go to a salon, this is the first thing that customers would ask now, right? And it is important today that brands have adopted this new normal, and we believe this is going to, be there forever now. And that's how companies can continue to grow as well.
Anshul, there is a question which is related, and if you can comment. So there's a question from Harish Reddy. Hi, Harish. Is this industry will have a long-term sustainable once the vaccine available? It may disappear. So what you would have to say on that, Anshul? I think he's talking about the hygiene and sanitization impact.
No, so I believe this question is regarding sanitization and disinfection services.
That's right.
Yeah. So, as I've maintained as well, that this sanitization or hygiene, as a customer, we have not really cared for this before, right? But now that we have seen this, and we understand the importance of these two factors now. So going forward, getting into the future as well, I'm sure customers would ask for, if sanitization is done, if disinfection is done or not done. And you would be surprised, people would start not going to a particular restaurant if they're not comfortable with their standards of hygiene being maintained or not maintained. So you're right in that sense that this may not be a significant demand going forward, but it would not disappear. We would continue to see this demand for a sustainable demand for sanitization services. Of course, there is a surge now over next 1 year, but then we would see a sustainable demand for rest of our lives for such services.
I think I agree. Yes, once we have been, whatever time it takes with the pandemic, but some standards would stay with us. I think, for example, masks. We are wearing masks in the world now, but Japan and China and Thailand, you go, everybody wear masks. So I think some standards are gonna stay, and the percentage of organized cleaning. Let me just come back specifically to India, which was mostly into the fragmented, unorganized sector. We are already seeing, and we'll see a large uptick on standardized sanitization of all objects, not just surface, but surface, water, air. Disinfection going forward is going to see a very big uptick in terms of its demand, but also at not just businesses who are actually doing that particular product or service, but also the consumption of those. So restaurants, hotels, the standards which they have built, they might scrap, let's say 50% of that, but 50% will stay. So yes, I think we'll see some of it scrapping once we are through with the pandemic danger, but some of it will definitely stay. Go ahead, Anshul.
So actually, we can go to the next slide. Okay. So on the previous slide, in fact, this section we talk about how India is placed amongst the other top markets, so to say, and we always see, India continues to present a safer haven for Indian and international franchise brands. Why we say that is we have a couple of slides further to talk about it. But for a brand, there are two ways to grow the business. One is, of course, you can do same store sales growth, which is difficult to happen now. And the second could be new stores addition, which means that international brands would need to explore new, sustainable, scalable, and more predictable markets where they can look at a certain sustainable revenues to come in, for per store basis, and then continue to build in those markets. So that is where we see, most of US, European brands to look at India and some of the key markets in Southeast Asian countries as well to continue to expand their business. There are many brands out of US and Europe who have not come to Asian countries, but we're now witnessing a surge in demand for such brands to venture into these markets, right?
And I think if I can add on that, Anshu, I also want to add that now we have a fair bit of Indian brands, real brands who are who actually aspire to go international and have demand as well. So international brands definitely, but we are already ourselves talking to a lot of Indian brands who are very popular in India and have built their brand equity. And there is a demand for Indian brands in specific categories, in definitely in Asia Pacific, but in a lot of other markets as well. And we'll see this trend growing going forward.
Yes. So Akshay, we can go to the next, please. Yeah. So here is this chart. This is some data representation by EIU, which is Economist Intelligence Unit, global research. And their research says, that if we look at these top 8 economies in the world today, we're looking at China, US, India, France, Germany, Italy, UK, Brazil, Japan, Korea, and overall globally. If you look at this, so pre-COVID scenario, which was December, January, February, most of these countries were projected to grow in green. But if you look at today, most of them are in red, right? Apart from India, which of course was slated to grow at 6%, continues to grow, but at 2%. The good point here is that it is still in green, and there is a reason for this. Why? India has a large domestic population, which, as I said earlier as well, this is a young population with growing affluence. There's money in hand. There is aspiration to consume better products, better services, and that's where we see a lot of both Indian and international brands looking to continue to grow in this market, set up more and more stores, more and more ways to reach out to customers, whether it's through their online platform, through mobile apps, through the websites, or creating an offline store, or in fact also exploring harmonized retail concepts. So India, as overall you can see, would continue to grow at 2.5%. And as Venus also mentioned earlier, once the consumption starts coming back, the customer starts coming back to normal life, we also see this helping or boosting franchise industry to continue to grow at the same rate it was doing earlier. Right. So Akshay, we can go to the next, please.
Okay, so thank you, Anshul. I'll try to cover the rest. I know we have limited. How much time do we have, Akshay?
Another 5 minutes, Venus.
Okay, so I'll try to cover, and there are a couple of questions which I want to address. So quickly, since the show is focused on NRI franchising, NRI community, which involves international franchising. So I'll just quickly go over different models of franchising, and any franchising which you see typically is part of these 4 categories. First is master franchise. I'm sure you would have heard that word. Master franchise, by definition, includes exclusive territory, an exclusive timeline, and exclusive rights for that particular brand. For example, in India, we have a master franchise for Domino's, Jubilant, right? So they have exclusive rights, and that's what master franchise involves. And master franchise by its definition also includes sub-franchising, although exercising the right of franchising is totally dependent upon the brand who gives the rights, or the partner who actually takes the right. But by definition, master franchising involves sub-franchising. So it would involve you taking an exclusive territory, committing a development plan, and fulfilling that plan, and as well as managing the network. So you actually become that particular brand for that particular territory. So it's a fairly big responsibility, and master franchising can happen for a country, it can happen for a region as well. So that's, I would put that structure. So all the, let's say, known international brands you would know, you would consume, you would touch, majority of them would be available in India or in your other markets where you are living under the master franchise structure, which by definition includes exclusive rights of development and operation. Second is area franchise. So with the word says, which means that this applies to a specific area. For example, if I talk about India, an X brand can have a area franchise for Delhi or NCR in the north, and that particular area developer would be responsible for developing that area in a certain particular time, and exclusivity is also involved in it. However, the rights to sub-franchise needs to be is not a definitive part. It needs to be worked out when you are doing your due diligence. And if you would want, you would have to include the sub-franchising rights for that particular area in your contract. Third is multi-unit. So multi-unit would be most of the brands are actually have very large multi-unit networks. So somebody would have 1,000 units, and they would have, let's say, 500 or 600 franchisees. One franchisee operates like 10 units or 5 units. It does not involve exclusivity. However, if you sign a multi-unit agreement specific to your city, you might get exclusive rights. So, but that needs to be negotiated. Fourth is single unit. Single unit means that it's a direct one unit contract between the brand and the franchisee, and it's only for that unit. It does not give you any other rights. And so a lot of franchisees you see would be unit franchisees at that level. So these are the four kinds. More than happy to answer any questions which you might have. Next, please. Okay, so this is it's called Picasso theory. This is not my theory, but it's very well put by our founder and chairman, and he has been able to kind of really align this Picasso theory with franchising, and how you should actually what you should look for in a franchise concept. So P stands for proof of concept. Proof of concept means franchising at its element means that you are buying into somebody's existing IP and operations, and that somebody has done it before. Now, is that 1 unit or 2 units, 200, 2,000? Doesn't matter, but there has to be a proof of concept. We as an organization, we work with companies who have 2 stores and can take them to 200 stores. And we also work with somebody who would have 1,500 units. So it doesn't matter. Proof of concept is important, because that's the base of something to be franchised. Second is innovation. Definitely in these times, innovation is important. For example, innovation will be important if you have 10 different preschool brands, and you would typically get attracted to somebody who has been able to innovate either the curriculum, either the way they provide their service, technology, approach, marketing. So innovation, because franchising at the end of the day happens mostly in the consumption sector, right? So innovation is also an important factor. Capital, ability to push or raise capital to grow the brand, because franchising means scalability, and anything which can franchise should scale. And to be able to support the scale in franchising, the brand should be capitalized enough, because franchisee would require support. The brand would require the marketing and many other things. So a well capitalized brand should be able to support the franchisee. Adaptability, very important, especially in our markets. You would see all international brands here in India, but if you consume them in their home markets or any other mature markets, the experience is different. Every country will bring itself. If you have KFC menu in India, it's different. If you have KFC menu in China, it's different. Although the core product is the same. Core product is the same, but the experience and the adaptability of the format is important. So that is very critical. S stands for sustainability. Anything which can scale should also sustain, because just by legally, a unit franchise contract typically is for 5 years. Master franchise contract is for 20 years. So if your business model, or if a business model is like we were just talking before, if it is just part of a trend and that is gonna go away in a year or two, it cannot work, and you would not want to invest in that particular model. Scalability, I've already covered this. Franchising means scalability. Can you take your brand and expand it to 100, 200,000 places? If a brand cannot scale, it would have a very hard time justifying itself in franchising. And then last one is ownership. The brand owner must have strong entrepreneurial sense with keen interest in growth, 100%. As I said, anybody who uses franchising as a vehicle, should believe in that the brand can be taken anywhere as long as the standards are met and the market is viable. So that's what Picasso stands for. And I think I would have a limited way of explaining it. I think Gaurav would be much more familiar with it, but I think it helps to give a perspective on how would you evaluate your franchise model. Next, please. I think this is my last slide. So I know we are running out of time. I'll quickly cover this. I think if you are looking at buying a franchise, so we have divided that process into 5 stages. So development obligations, number of units to be developed in a stipulated time frame, any minimum guarantee clauses on development obligation, penalties if they are not met. So you should at least have that clarity when you are talking to the franchisee, to the brand. Second, in case if it is a territorial exclusive rights contract, master franchise or area developer, are you getting a sub-franchise rights? And so that's important because sometimes it's not included in the contract. Third is revenue share model, upfront franchise fees. What is the fees? What is the franchise fee per unit, royalty, marketing fees? All these gonna be important, because if you are signing a master franchise, it's not just about what you put up initially. It is generally a 10 plus 10 year contract. So even a 1% marketing fee can add up to a lot of money. So you should know all these when you are evaluating the contract, the terms of contract, renewal clause, very important, and exit strategy as well, especially in bigger master franchise or area development contracts. In the unit contracts, they're pretty much very straightforward and simple. You just need to know your obligations to operate that store, and obligations of maintaining the standards, as well as giving the brand royalty. So these are, next please.
All right. So this is one franchise concept that we should keep in mind. We need to have a degree of flexibility from the brand. Ideally, the brand should be keen to allow its franchise partner to be able to make certain modification which can enable the brand to do better business in the country, right? That is what we see. A lot of brands they do offer the opportunity for their franchise partners to make certain modifications, both in terms of the format. So like a large casual dine restaurant may want to look at a fast casual format for a country. Maybe look at some businesses can look at also venturing into e-commerce. So that is what we mean to say here: change of practice, but not the product. So while you're looking at a franchise opportunity, you're looking at a brand, always explore this opportunity to be able to modify some of the key practices, but not the product. Next,
I think
please.
that's yeah.
Last slide.
Yeah. So to summarize this discussion, we've looked at franchise industry in India, which has become 5x over last 7-8 years and continues to grow. India, of course, offers a relatively safer and stable environment, given the large population base and the aspirations that we have. As we mentioned before, we are witnessing paradigm shift in terms of the business models. Companies looking at identifying opportunities within the adversity and also venturing into omni-channel presence. More importantly, while choosing a brand for yourself, you must focus on Picasso theory to evaluate an opportunity. And last but not the least, very important to understand the degree of flexibility a brand is willing to.
Sure. Anshul, we have one question which I think I'll take a minute, Akshay. I think that's a good question. The question is that how would somebody manage a franchise or operate a franchise living in Singapore? That's a very good question. A lot of operators and franchises are there who operate in that manner. Of course, you need to have an Indian entity, which you need to have to be able to sign a franchisee in India. And you should be able to, if you are not here, either anybody from your family can help you operate, or you can hire people. Lot of sort of investors have entities in India. They own their franchisees in India, but they don't live here. So that that option is available. Depends upon sort of how do you want to do it. There are many ways you can do it.
Great. Thank you, Venus. Thank you, Anshul, for giving this insight. I think important for all our audience to understand from market point of view, also from the industry point of view. And I think the key points which were mentioned at the end, I think that will be helpful for them to evaluate a franchisee, and also going ahead, help them select a right business opportunity for them. So thank you for sharing this insights, and thank you very much. So going ahead, I think we are moving to the most exciting part now. We are reaching out to the brands now. So we will be starting with Pack 45, which is the technology-driven global fitness brand. And unfortunately, because Mr. Paul had to go for a medical emergency, I would ask Venus to again present that brand, because who knows better than you. So may I ask you to present, please? I will share my screen. Yeah.
Sure. Could we please? Yeah, I think. Sorry, Mr. Paul, who is the CEO of Easy Gym, who also owns Pack 45, is not able to join in. But we'll try and share as much as information. Akshay, could we please start with the video?
Sure.
Akshay, we can't see it.
Just a minute. Can you see now?
Yes.
Venus, are you able to see?
Yes. Thank you, Akshay. So as everyone can see, the brand has a lot of energy. It is what you would call a new age fitness brand. It is part of a very well-reputed fitness business and brand in the UK called Easy Gym. And Pack 45 is all about engagement-oriented fitness. So you come in, and you have your lessons already. There is always a new lesson every day, and it's just is a fitness business made for where we are in the times today. So why we actually represent and partner with Pack 45 is very interesting, since we were also working with their Easy Gym brand. That especially in India, and I think I would also include Singapore. Few factors. One of them is the area. So Pack 45 can be put up in a 2,000 square feet area. That's it, 2,000 square feet, and very minimal investment. There are no static machines which is there in the model. It's all very modular. Especially from an Indian perspective, we should be able to put together a store within 50 lakhs. And it's a very young, it's a brand which can be put in any neighborhood, and with just a 2,000 square feet space, and everything is they have built this IP. They have a great team of professionals who have decades of experience. So everything is on an app. So we don't, from a perspective of trainers, our trainers don't need to be coming in from a very high ticket price. All our trainings are on the app. Trainer comes in, sort of selects his sort of lesson for the day and delivers that lesson. So it's a very hassle-free, very modern, very neighborhood, hyper-local business. So if you live in a neighborhood which might have a couple of gyms and salons, this can fit in very well. The investment is very attractive, and the business model really fits Asian markets. I will have my colleague Anshul to share with you some details on the brand and also some financials.
Yep, sure.
So Anshul, you can see my slide, right?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So as we saw in the video, there is a minimal gym equipment as you would see in other gyms, for example, Gold's or any other international gym chain. So this focuses more on team-based workout experience, less of equipment-based, but more of activity-led program. We would next we would go to Akshay, if you can go to the next slide, please.
Yeah.
So yes, if I look at some of their key aspects, in terms of flexibility and control, in terms of relentless drive for quality and innovation, uh, gym equipment, minimal gym equipment, and group classes that reflect latest thinking for optimal training, safety and security, a welcoming environment designed for high utilization of space. As Venus mentioned, we're looking at a 2000 square feet or about 200 square meter sort of a space which can be placed in any market. I will go to the financial slide as well on the next. Yes. In terms of the investment, we're looking at about 60,000 US dollars, which of course includes 10,000 US dollars as franchise fee. So overall, you're looking at about 50,000 US in terms of the investment in the project, plus 10,000 US as franchise fee. In terms of the revenue side now, we're looking at 280 US dollars per member per year as an average realization.
Anshul, it will be good. I think if you can kind of also have the parallel Indian figure. I think there are a lot of Indian audience as well. They would understand Indian currency.
Sure.
As well.
So in terms of average realization per member per year in India or Indian numbers, we're looking at 21,000. This, of course, is an average realization. So the memberships would be higher. And then you have 3 months, 6 months, 1 year program. So this is an average realization figure of 21,000, which converts to about 280 or 300 US per year per member. So year one, we expect about 400 members to join, which converts to 84 lakhs INR or 100,000, 110,000 US dollars annual revenue. In terms of the operational expenses, company is looking at 6% royalty. 2% of the annual revenue goes to marketing. This is a local marketing spend. Company would of course help you with the designing of the all collaterals and also advising in terms of using the right medium, more efficient use of the fund to put this 2% in the right manner. Staffing requirement, about 20 to 25% of the revenue would go towards staffing. Similarly, about 25% on rent. 8 to 12% is what we see as utilities, which typically covers you for maintenance, electric bill, and few other things. Overall, about 25% is the net profit that we can expect on this business. So if I look at an annual revenue of 84 lakhs in India, you can safely take home 20 lakh rupees annually. Or in terms of the US dollars, about 20,000, 25,000 USD every year is a net profit from the business. So which means anywhere between 2 to 2.5 years break even for a contract of 5 years.
Sure. Thank you so much, Anshul, for doing this. I know Paul could not join us. And another thing, so in case you are based in Singapore or any of the markets, these figures would vary. And we will be more than happy to do that for you. So please, you can come back to us. I know we have Mr. Zakaria. Mr. Zakaria, thank you so much. We will share the details of Pack 45 with you. In case you are from a different market like Singapore, Malaysia, we will be more than happy to work with the brand and give you that particular market specific figures. More than happy to. Thank you so much, Anshul.
Thank you, Venus. Thank you very much, Akshay.
Thank you, Anshul. Thank you, Venus. So request to audience, please keep on asking questions. We'll definitely address as many as possible.
Akshay, we can't see you. We should be able to see you. Your camera is off.
Yeah, actually,
Yes.
I'm juggling between multiple things, so that's why the camera is off. But happy to address all your queries. So please keep on posting your questions. So let's move to the next brand. Next brand is JJ Chicken, which is UAE's authentic charcoal grilled chicken QSR. So let me invite Mr. Manuel Wazen to present about the brand.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Manuel. How are you?
Good, good. And you?
Very good, very good. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for the invitation. So, yeah, shall we go ahead?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, great. Are you seeing the presentation or?
We should start with the video.
Yes, if you want. You have the presentation, right?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
I have. Let me start with the video. I'll play the video first. Let me know once you are able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
We can see you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashkari.
Yeah. Let me share your presentation.
Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
We're seeing another presentation. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Just a brief about JJ. JJ serves charcoal grilled chicken. So what's special about JJ is that all our products are, first of all, chicken based, and secondly, they are all charcoal grilled. This charcoal grilling gives it a very unique and authentic flavor that is rarely found in any other type of grilling. So with these products, we have sandwiches, we have platters, we have appetizers. So we have a full menu based on the chicken and the charcoal grilling. All our ingredients are healthy and they are authentic. And what's also good about it is that they are freshly marinated every day in our branches, and they are also made to order. So like we have 0 preservatives. All our chicken is 100% hormone free and is prepared directly. So nothing is pre-prepared, all is fresh and served directly to the customers. We have been in the market in the UAE since 2010. and we have now 11 shops, and we have 1 food truck, and we have more branches opening soon internationally. Typically, the size of our branches are between 50 square meters to 100 square meters, and it all depends on the location, definitely. And we serve multicultural people, so it's not like just we have one target audience, but we serve many different audiences. Next, please. So we have, as I said before, we have in our menu, we have starters, we have salads, we have the platters, which, like you see here, mainly the full grilled chicken. We have sandwiches. So also we have, next please. We have shawarmas, we have wraps, we have burgers, and we have also sides like fries and everything. We will have wings as well. Next please. So we have different types of locations. We have the standalone locations, which are shops, standalone shops. We have the food court locations, which are faster and easier to access inside malls. And we have fast casual locations inside malls, which are in between, if you want, between the food court and the standalone locations. So what we have also is that we have 4 types of locations. We have type A, which is the biggest location, between 100 and 140 square meters. We have type B, between 75 and 100 square meter. Type C, which is between 50 and 75 square meters. And the final type, which is a food truck container. We're gonna see its picture later on. So whenever we have events or there are anything happening in the country, we can go to this location using our food truck. Each location has different needs in terms of electric load, air conditioning, extraction, and gas, definitely. All these details can be shared with you definitely later on based on your interest. Next, please. Okay, so regarding the financials, would Venus or anyone would like to
Sure.
talk?
Anshul, could you please quickly go through the financials?
Sure, Vinay. So in terms of the format, of course, Manuel has spoken about 4 formats. But in terms of franchising outside of UAE, companies looking at 2 formats. One is, of course, the fast casual, which is 800 square feet or about 80 square meter. And then we also looking at QSR model, which is 40-45 square meter, right? These numbers are all in INR. So overall, an investment of 50 lakhs in the fast casual, which converts to about 70,000 US, and in QSR 34 lakhs, which is about 50,000 US in terms of the investment, right? In terms of the revenue now, we're looking at an average ticket size of 650, which is about $9, $9 US dollars. Orders per month, 2,500 for the fast casual format, and 1,800 for the small format, which converts to 17 lakh rupees in the large format and 9 lakh rupees in the smaller one. Overall, we're looking at between 10 to 12% net profit, and an ROI of about 2 years in both the formats.
Sure. Thank you, Anshul. So for India as well as for Singapore, we are looking for area developers or multi-unit operators for JJ Chicken. And it's a brand which is, the food is really something I've spent a lot of time with the JJ Chicken team, the way they have developed their menu. In fact, one of the reasons we partnered with them for India is that their model is very simple. The equipment and everything, the way they have designed the kitchen is just very simple. And Manuel, you want to add something on, how the business is divided between, because I know you have a large numbers, because a lot of entrepreneurs who invest in food now also want to know that if there is if it can be, if the brand is delivery oriented or not. So JJ Chicken also, as I understand, has a sort of big share in deliveries, especially now, right?
Yes, exactly. Deliveries are growing for JJ Chicken. We are present on all platforms. We have our own delivery system and we have our own online ordering system, which is a very advanced one. Plus, we are also present on all the aggregators like Zomato, Deliveroo, Entertainer, and all the others. So yes, we are huge on delivery, and this is a big part of our work. So yes, we are always developing new ideas for delivery, new packaging, new items. So all of this is to focus both on the dine-in and the delivery. So yeah, we're always expanding.
Also, I think Manuel can add more, but my experience with JJ, first of all, JJ means chicken in
Yeah,
Lebanese. So it means chicken. But my
yeah,
experience with JJ has been that it's a food which you can eat every day. And it's very tasty, especially your sauces. So especially in markets like India, Singapore, all our Asian markets, the brand would do very well. In fact, in Dubai, they have a very big share of Indian community actually
exactly.
as part of your customer. Is that correct, Manuel?
Exactly. We have a very large Indian community here, as well as several other Asian nationalities. So yeah, this JJ, as you said, JJ means chicken in Arabic, and also we serve because it's a very casual brand, and we are present everywhere. It's a very accessible brand for everyone. We also have tailored flavors for different nationalities. So we have not only like Arabic or Lebanese tastes, we also have other tastes like the curry and the tandoori, etc. So we are adapted and we are always adapting to to all markets and to all audiences.
Thank you so much, Manuel, for joining in. My regards and hello to everybody at JJ. And I'll
That's
speak
okay.
to you soon. Thank you so much
Sure.
for sparing time for us, Manuel.
Thank you very much, and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you
you,
so
Manuel.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great. So let's move to next brand, which is Spanish donut.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, Michael.
He's there, but he's on mute.
How
Hi,
is that?
Michael.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Michael.
Sorry.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Yes,
clearly.
we can
I know
hear
it's
you.
very late. It's very late for you. So thanks so much for joining us. Michael has joined us all the way from Australia. And I know it's very late. So thank you so much, Michael.
No, Venus. Actually, I enjoyed listening to the broadcast here. It's been fantastic. Plus, I've been watching football on the side, so it's kept me.
not cricket?
No, not cricket at the moment. Later on, I think.
Great. Thank you, Michael. So I think we'll start with the video just so that people
Sure.
get an impression of the brand.
Of course.
Yeah, Venus, just give me a minute. I think there's some issue with the video. The system is hanging. Just give me a minute. Meanwhile, Dheeraj or Anshul, someone, would you like to share the screen and take the presentation ahead?
Sure. Okay. No, we have the video. So that's a great video. I always feel like eating more churros whenever I see that video. Michael, I know you founded Spanish Donuts and, so we know each other for a very long time and we have partnered for India. So I think tell us about the brand and its USPs for our audience here.
Okay, thank you, Venus. Look, with Spanish Donuts, what we try to achieve is having that point of difference. We are in a very crowded marketplace in the donuts and the sweet business out there in the workplace. And, having that point of difference where customers know that they're going to get something different, something better, something that they haven't tried. And in our business, we're always evolving. We never say we have the magic and we have accomplished and we have developed all the perfect products. We are far from it. If you look at our menu, the vegan range, for instance, our different products that we've introduced over time is what creates that interest in making the people come back to us all the time. We're not just there to meet customers' expectations. We're more about surpassing their expectations when it comes for them to visit our stores. The new products, such as the churro fries we're about to launch in Melbourne, Spanish apple fries, churro chino, for instance, churro nachos. I mean, these are the amazing products that we have, and these are all the results of people that are managers, that are franchisees, that are passionate about being involved with Spanish Donuts. And that's the beauty of it, because to get this sort of development happening, I can't do it on my own. I need people that are just as passionate as I am, just as interested in wanting to see the brand grow as I am. And these are the people that continuously come up with ideas and suggestions. And that's why I think our business is such a great business. I mean, I could easily say that, there isn't too many brands or businesses out there where they encourage development from the bottom up, and we're all treated as equal in our business. So when I walk into a franchise store or a company store, I am exactly the same as the person on the cashier at that level. There is no hierarchy in our business. And that just gives the confidence for people to come up to you and speak to you. And that's what we'd like to share. This is always coming back to that point of difference. We are different. And in Australia, customers know that. What we try to say in the Australian market is we are the innovators in the churro space, not the imitators, simply because of the great range of products that we have. The whole meal churro, for instance, that we developed was just so interesting. It took us less than 24 hours from the concept. The idea was born. We went to our suppliers, we discussed it, we developed it. Within 24 hours, we have just created, a world first.
Sure.
And there are so many other products like that. The other fantastic thing about our business is that when people order our product, and this comes back to the point of difference again, we make it in front of them. So they see it being cooked fresh just for them. And when they receive that churro hot in their hands, they know that it can't be any better than that. And just to our Singapore friends that may be listening in Singapore, thinking about investing in Spanish Donuts, I just want to make them rest assured that it is very, very profitable business. A few years ago, we did have a store in Singapore, and that was doing $26,000 to $28,000 a week, every week. So the model has established itself in the marketplace here and overseas, and we have the runs on the board, to use a cricket terminology there, Venus. But yes, we definitely have the runs on the board, and the product is much liked and loved by a lot of people. So just coming back and overall, in business these days, you have to have that point of difference. And I'd say we are the market leaders in that, and we are different. So when people come into our stores, the product is made fresh. And the other major reason why we are very sought after these days is that we only require 2 people at any one time to run our business in our kiosks. Everything that we sell, we make in the store. That's why our gross profit on food is one of the highest in the industry.
I agree, Michael. I think one thing which I like about your business, and that has been the theme till now, is that it's a very simple business. It's a very simple business and can be done in a very small area. Of course, we can open cafes as well. So in India, and I think with Singapore as well, we can open a shop in 50 to 80 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And we can have a cafe for 700 square feet as well. And the numbers are also very reasonable because it's very simple business. There is no heavy, big equipment. So it's a low capex business. And you can open it in malls. You can open it in neighborhoods. You can also open it at corporate locations. The business also is there in delivery. It's a very easy business, a low capex business, but a business which will connect you to a larger range of audience because of its category. Is that correct, Michael?
True, very correct, Dennis. That's exactly right. The products, the business itself, the model, because we can operate from very small footprints, hence the savings in rent. Air fry, we don't need a grease trap. So if we're looking to go into a shopping centre, for instance, we don't need a grease trap, and that's a big help. And that's where all the costs go into when you're designing an outlet like this. So we do away with the grease trap. And also, one of the other major cost savings is that we don't have to be connected to the air conditioning or the air suction units in a shopping centre. So we can be located at the best place without causing any issues to shopping centres. The equipment we have is all authorised.
Sure.
And, it just makes sense.
Sure. So I think especially people who have joined us from India, think about, all the ice cream parlors and shakes and waffle businesses you see. You can fit this business into those locations. So hundreds and thousands of those are not specific to a market. And the product is very simple. The business is very simple. And so we'll quickly take you through some sort of menu items. I know we have limited time, as well as some financials. Go ahead, Anshu. So these are some menu items, very simple. The good thing is there is not big sort of non-vegetarian part or any. So it's very, you can open this business anywhere in India. It's 100% vegan. These are different models. You want to talk about that, Michael?
Yes, look, we have the most popular models in Australia are the kiosk models, simply because it's much smaller, and the way the shopping centres are going these days, they're approaching us with some great accommodation, I could say, because it's an international brand, they want something that's different. And after saying that, we have the shop fronts or the inline stores, and they're doing well. And the good thing about them is the seating capacity, whether it's inside or outside. When I go to visit these stores, it's always full, simply because people are getting something different again. It's got to do with people's desire to have something, that they can't find anywhere else. And that's why I think the idea of investing in Spanish donuts is that point of difference, something unique, something different. And because we've been around for over 10 years, it's not a fad. So we've been there, with the world economy going up and down as it is currently, but we have survived. It's a business that's a survivor, and it's doing remarkably well because of that. Sure.
Next slide, please. I think if we can go to the financial slide, because we've spoken about this. Anshul, you want to take this one?
Yes. So in terms of the area master franchisees, so companies looking at setting up area masters with 25 units, development obligation of 25 units. And what will happen in this case is that we bring in, of course, Franchise India has partnered with Spanish Donut for India as a national master franchise. And we continue to bring in area masters under us. So as an area master, you would have obligation to develop 25 units, which could be in a combination of equity, which is owned by yourself, and further sub-franchising stores under you, right? And these can be in the combination of the two formats that we've spoken about, right? So 75 lakhs or 10,000 US or 100,000 US is what we're looking at in terms of the franchise fee for an area master, right? In terms of the royalties, 6% royalty is paid to Franchise India, and which then pays further to the Spanish Donut, right? As an area master, you would also continue to collect INR 10 lakhs or roughly 15,000 US from each unit under you as franchise fee, and 6% royalty you would collect from the franchises under you. From that, 50% is paid to the national master, that is Franchise India, right? We'll have, I think, next slide should have, yes, the store financials as well. The two
Let's give some quick numbers here. We're running out of time.
Sure. So in terms of the investment, we're looking at an overall 50,000 US for the cafe model and 40,000 US for the kiosk, right? This includes all sort of investments. The only thing is that franchise fee is 15,000 US is a franchise fee per unit, right? In terms of the revenue side as well, the average bill value is $12. This is for 2 people on an average. And we're looking at a number of bills, about 20,000 bills, which gives you $250,000 revenue for the cafe and close to $200,000 for the kiosk model. Overall, we're looking at a very high ROI in this case. About 75-80% money can be recovered in year 1 itself. Given that the rentals would be on the lower side, a smaller size of the outlet, right? So overall, 15 to 18 months ROI is what we're predicting for. This is for India, of course. Singapore and other markets, the numbers would still need to be done again.
Right, and we have questions if this brand is available in Gulf, and for Singapore, the answer is yes. And we would be more than happy to have that discussion with you for your specific market, whether it's multi-unit, master, or area developer. So we'll take this conversation ahead for your specific countries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael, for joining in from Australia. Enjoy your football game. And we will come back to you with the feedback, and I'll speak to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Can we change the screen, please? Hi, Abid.
Hey, Venus, how are you?
Good. So we are going from Australia to Dallas. I think that's like what 30-hour flight. So I apologize for the delay, Abid. I hope we can have some time of yours now.
Great. So if you would make the presentation full screen.
Sure.
Who's handling the screen?
Akshay, could you please do that? Akshay, could you please make it full screen? Yes, that's the button. That's the button.
You have to go to view.
Yes. In the meantime, Abid, I guess we should, I know we recently had a session and it was very interesting. I guess I think you're there. So we can start talking about the brand itself. It's a very exciting brand. We'll play the video as well. But let's say, I think if we can start with, let's say, the very initial sort of feel of the brand from your perspective for the people who are attending.
Great.
What the brand is about.
Thank you, Venus, for having, and good evening for folks in India and Singapore as well. It's bright and early in the morning here in Dallas, Texas. It's a typical summer, so pretty hot. So iCode is an after-school program. We teach kids from grade 1 to grade 12. If you go to the next slide, Akshay. We do teach kids computer programming and robotics. We have a very differentiated model with multiple revenue streams compared to some of the other competitors who may have 1 or 2 different revenue streams. We have very comprehensive on-site, off-site, and hybrid curriculum, which can be taught both online and off-site, a combination, and online as well. We have very contemporary design and fully equipped center. You will see that video at the end of the presentation as well. What is also very important is we have a very strong leadership team, management team, as well as a great board of advisors as well. Next slide. Let's play the video so
Sure.
folks get a view of what an iCode looks like.
Sure. This is a very comprehensive video. It was covered by AB. What is it called? The ABC.
ABC network in
ABC network in the US. Can you play the video, please? Thank you, Dheeraj.
You're a mom or a dad sitting there thinking, where can I send my kid to summer camp? I've been in your shoes. You think of hiking, swimming, roasting marshmallows, but we have a summer camp this morning that is more about expanding the mind through technology for those tech kids.
That's a thought. Paige is live in Dallas at iCode, a summer camp where campers immerse themselves in a world of coding, robotics, drones, and design. Sounds awesome. Hey, Paige.
Hey, good morning to you. Good morning, Texas. I tell you what, this is indeed an awesome camp, something very different for your kid. For those kids that are interested in technology, now you see my eyes darting. That's because there's a little drone flying around. That's one of many things that these kids can enjoy here at iCode. This is Abid Abidi to tell us more. He's the CEO of iCode. Tell me about how this whole thing started.
It's a great program. It's an after-school program that teaches kids robotics, computer programming. But more importantly, Paige, I think we teach kids the soft skills that are so essential.
The soft skills, define that for me.
Like collaboration, teamwork, right? Because when you're a technologist, you're not working on your own, right? You're working with other people. So I think teaching kids the soft skills are critical. Now, programming teaches kids a lot of things like computational thinking, critical problem-solving skills. So I think it's important that the kids come into iCode or a similar sort of program and learn the stuff that's important.
Right, and they're not just sitting in front of a computer. This is pretty impressive. I'm going to take you on a tour. I'm going to introduce you to somebody else as I walk inside here. This is Bobby Jones, and what I love about this is that you also are awarding the kids as they go through some of the classes. They earn these different belts, similar to what you would experience in karate, but these belts are a little different.
Right. So what we do is we start with K through 12. So we start with kids as young as kindergarten, and we use technology to help them learn how to think. So we teach them computational thinking, critical thought, creative process, so that you don't quit the first time that something changes. So they move all the way through here. And what's cool about this is at the end of each belt, there's a belt project. So they actually have some work that they can show when they come to the end. So
and let's look at these belts a little bit closely because they have a hidden surprise inside.
So
check it out.
They have a USB that's mounted in there so they can take their work home and use the different pieces. But just like in martial arts, as they acquire skills, they move up the belt system.
All right, let's keep going. We've got so much more to see. We've got kids already in the rooms getting to work. As you can see, they're not just sitting behind the computers. They're also having a lot of interaction. It's collaborative. But in this particular case, they're learning about graphics, all kinds of graphics, including 3D graphics.
Sure. This is a program called Tinkercad, and they develop 3D objects based on geometric shapes. So cylinders, squares, and as they build those pieces, when they finish it at the end of the camp, we print it out on a 3D printer.
All right. Also, you can learn about robotics. Okay, now when I think about computer camp, this is what I think of. I look at these robotics, and these kids are learning about how to make a robot. How fun is this? And then at the end of the camp, it's like an epic battle royale.
Yeah, it starts out all physics and very interesting stuff, but by the end of the week it sounds like a bar fight because the kids are just roaring and charging. And so right now they're kind of going through an obstacle course to kind of learn how to control the robot, how to have it move autonomously. So it's pretty exciting.
All right, well, as we move along here, the latest in technology is certainly here. Nothing is being compromised. You can see some things such as the 3D printer. It's already at work. They're being exposed to what's hot on the market right now. And the great news is that these kids that really do have an affinity to this can really help them build their education and ultimately build their careers. They're the future for us.
Sure. One of the things that we find is that, every kid can benefit from teaching about technology, because no matter what profession you go into, it's always going to be some kind of technology, whether you're a doctor or a lawyer, or if you do actually go into technology as a profession. Getting started early, getting them interested and realizing that they can create things. Our big thing is to move people from from the kids from being consumers of technology to being producers of technology.
All right, well, as we move on, I have to say this last room has to be my favorite. So for kids that are love Harry Potter, this is where you can use wands to make magic and to use the computers accordingly. Where is one of those fantastic magic wands? Do any of you kids have them?
I have one right here. This is what this does is, you see.
Show us how it works.
So on that one, what it does is they use a wand as an input device, and the idea here is that we take away the mysticism of technology. That this works because of physics. This works because we know how it's built. Now, what's exciting about it is as they get excited, they don't realize that they're learning stuff. They don't realize that they're starting on a journey that is endless. I mean, anything that you can think of, you can do with today's technology. So once they get this idea that they can be creative, then there's no stopping them.
And this can also make parents feel good that they're having screen time, but this is productive screen time. This is not just, trying to get to another level with regards to a video game. These kids are learning the technology behind it. It's really important. Great news that iCode is blowing up. There are now 8 locations. They're accepting reservations for your kids to be enrolled in this summer camp. It's really exciting. It's a wonderful way to spend the summer. Thank you so much for introducing this.
Thank you.
All right, you can find out more information on their website. All right, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Venus, for that. So that kind of gives you a tour of the iCode. It
Sure.
talks about the different elements that we teach as well. If you want to go back to the slides, please.
Sure. Dheeraj, could you please put the slide on?
As you can tell, that presentation was that live telecast when last summer. Since then, we have grown quite a bit. We have over 20 to 25 different franchises here in the U.S., all across the U.S. as well, not just in Dallas, but Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Maryland, Boston, Washington, Arizona, Oklahoma, New York. So we're expanding quite rapidly. We're about to sign an agreement for Mexico as well. But me being from India, it'll be great to have iCode in India as well.
Well, we are very excited, and I think for the benefit of everybody, Abid actually is an Indian origin American, and he is one of those American dreams which everybody wants to be. And he has spent, I met him 5 years back. When did you start this, Abid?
In 2015, so I think we met about 2016.
Just about that time, and the way the brand has matured, but the vision still at that time when I met Abid was the same, to really engage young children with technology in a manner that they can have fun as well as they can learn as well. So I think that has still stayed as a brand.
Absolutely, I think we have made learning fun. The two things about learning, one is obviously the curriculum and how it's taught, as well as how the environment is. If you look at how the video shows, you'll never find any after-school program as decked up as that particular school is, and that's typically the footprint for an iCode. And the amount of things that kids have access to, from all the way from drones to 3D printing to robots to Legos to, we also do iSports now with gaming machines. So you're never going to find a brand from an after-school program perspective that is as decked up and as much equipment as the kids will have access to at iCode. Akshay, can you get the presentation up?
I think there is some issue, that he's not able to. I think he's reaching. There's some problem with his connection.
Okay.
I think Go ahead.
I think you got it up. Great. Thanks.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Dheeraj.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Yeah.
So real quickly, I know we have limited time, so I'm going to go through these few slides very quickly. iCode offers program in 4 different buckets, if you will. One is the PACE, Advanced, iSports, and Camps. Next slide, please. In PACE, we have a signature belt program where the kids graduate from all the way from foundation belt to black belt. This is from K1 to K9. And then we have boot camps for high school students. When they go through the program, they're going to learn 7 different languages, from C++, Java, Python, Alice, Scratch, CSS. But the focus more is on soft skills and outcomes, because the programming syntax may change, but the skills they're going to learn is going to be helpful to them regardless of what profession they go into. Next slide, please. So that's our advanced program. The PACE program is self-paced game development, That's what we focus on. Kids drop in either 1 day or 5 days a week, 3 hours a day, and they'll be instructor, and they will have access to the gaming machines, and they will be basically working on developing a game. Next slide, please. That's a PACE program. We have over 20 summer camps. They're very popular summer camps. We continue to add more and more every year. I think this year we have about 20 plus different programs, from YouTube production, VR experience, to AI, machine learning, app creation, multi-game development, and several other programs. As I said, we continue to enhance this. This is a great way to engage the kids during the summer. Next slide, please. The last one is, as I said, which is iSports. Actually, Dheeraj, you go to the next one.
Dheeraj, could you please go to the next slide?
So we have full gaming machines with the ambience of a esports arena sort, with full gaming machines, headset, neon lights, you name it. And the kids will have different competitive leagues going across as well. So 4 different ways we provide our services. One is advanced, which is the bell system; PACE, which is the self game development. Then we have the summer camps, holiday camps. The last one is iSports. So those are 4 different types of programming that we offer to our kids. Next slide. In addition to that, we have just launched our online or hybrid curriculum. Now, this curriculum can be taught online exclusively or on-site, or a combination of theory could be done online. From a practical perspective, the kids will come into an iCode. We have some amazing activities, and such as Robolex, Minecraft, YouTube, 3D printing, creation with Python, Java programming, digital arts, iSports. So these go deep within. So somebody wants to become an expert in YouTube production, they take those different, each topic that you see there's about 2 weeks is what they do. So they have the opportunity to go deep as they want within each of those buckets. Once again, this program can be offered online, on-site, or a combination of on-site and off-site as well. Next slide. In addition, if you look at the iCode, even though it is for K1 to K12, if you look at the tables, the chairs, the computers that's available in there, you know, there's no reason why we should not be able to use the facility longer than 3 hours a day, which is typically an after-school program. So the plan says to launch 13 certified courses for adults in the cybersecurity network space, as well as 3 non-certified courses in AI, blockchain, and IoT that I'm very excited about. You're not going to find a single education program that caters all the way from a first grader to an adult in the same space. Right. So also from a utilization perspective, we'll be all the way about 13 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it is the most comprehensive, in-depth program in the STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. Fully proprietary curriculum and fully utilization of the facility as well. Next slide, please. In terms of, we're looking for a 2,000 square foot center with 4 different hubs. Once again, this is the only after the program that is not sort of communal. And what I mean by communal is sort of have one space, one room where everybody sits into. We actually have labs, as you saw in the video. Investment about 161,000 and a revenue of 3.5 crores. Anshul, I think is what it is. Annual turnover.
Anshul can contribute. I think it's a very high margin business. We are looking for an investment of about in Indian rupees about 1 crore something, 1 crore 21 lakhs for a center, which includes all the setup and the franchise fees.
So Venus, I can add here.
Go ahead.
Sure. So in terms of the investments for the center, we're looking at 161,000 US dollars, which converts to about 1.2 crores INR value. From the revenue side, we have the center gives you a capacity of 50 students at any point of time, which converts to 6,800 hours per month. Yeah. We're looking at an average fee per hour of $5.82, or if you want to do an INR number, that is INR 435. Of course, the this fee per hour ranges from $4 to $8, but this is an average, weighted average number that we have arrived at, 5.82, which gives us an annual potential of 475K US dollars, which is the annual number. And so if you look at some of the operational expenses here, we have a royalty at 15%. There's a central marketing fee 2%, which goes to the brand, and 5% is local marketing spend that you would be spending, of course guided by the company. Staff, rent, and other miscellaneous put together is about another 50%. So overall, we're looking at anywhere between 28 to 32% net margins in the business, which ensures that at a unit level, you're able to, recover the money in 21 to 24 months, less than 2 years period.
Right. And just for people who have joined us from Singapore, any other territories, the brand is available in those territories as well, both at a multi-unit, unit, or an area franchise.
So just to add on the revenue side, outside of the center, there are two other revenue streams. One is, of course, the online programs where you can do summer programs and online belt programs. Alongside, there is an opportunity to do any K-12 school in your territory, where anywhere between 500 to 1,000 students can be enrolled. So these revenues are additional to what we have discussed at 475, and this would further help you recover the money faster than 21 months.
Sure.
Also, in addition, once the adult program is launched, the revenue is going to increase very significantly because the fees charged for that is pretty high.
That's right. So I think, as Abid mentioned, we can have a child at what age, Abid? 5 years old?
5 years old.
5 years old. And as per existing program, we can have him or her till what age? 15, 16?
Absolutely, all the way through high school. We have enough programming built in between summer camps and all of the programs we have that we could have them all the way through the high school.
And then on top of that, iCode is introducing programs for adults, which would be on top of the revenue which we have calculated.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Venus. Thanks everybody for listening. Appreciate it. Any information, please reach out to Venus and her group, and we're more than happy to provide you that information.
Thank you so much, Abid. I know it's really early for you. Have a good day in Dallas. Nice and sunny day.
Have a good weekend.
And speak soon. Please take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next brand is Action Coach. So Satyam, I guess Mansi is sharing the screen, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Mansi, can we have the video, please?
World abundance through business re-education. Since 1993, Action Coach business coaches have lived that vision by helping business owners across the planet build great companies, create more jobs, and truly grow their communities. Real people getting real results. We've always believed that being in business should give you more life, and right now we believe in something even greater. The abundance of those amazing business owners, the abundance of the employees in those companies, the abundance of providing free education to every business owner and every local or national business group globally. The abundance of being there for you and every business that needs us right now.
So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Satyam Garg, and since I have about 8 minutes of time, I will quickly take you through the opportunity that we bring you. Action Coach is the #1 business coaching company in the world, and we are looking for more coaches. So if you're looking towards a career opportunity where you become a business coach, work with business owners, and help them grow their business, this can be the right platform for you. In times like these, whenever there is a crisis, it always leads to economic growth in some or the other way. New business opportunities are always coming in. Businesses will pivot to new business models, and there is a concept, wherein only 1/3 of the businesses are actually affected. The 2/3 are still there who are trying to find a way to survive and thrive. And if as a coach we can help them take their business to the next level, we can be rest assured that there is humongous potential in the market. Action Coach is an opportunity where you are leaders for business owners. And whenever there is a crisis, people are looking for leadership. And Action Coach, being a business coach, you provide solutions, strategies, and actionable items to help business owners come out of times like these. We have been into this business for over 27 years now. We are headquartered at United States, and we are currently a team of about 1,400 plus coaches operating in about 82 countries, and we coach about 30,000 businesses every week. Moving on to the next slide, what we have is, we are looking, since we are the #1 company in the world, and we are looking for no more #1s to join our team. And what makes us the #1 is our focus. We focus on business fundamentals. Our coaches are not trainers that will go to organizations, train people, and come back. Rather, we work with them and get them tangible results. And it can be across any businesses, any business or any business function. Now, why focus is very important. We believe that though the geographies might be different, but the business ethics and the business principles are same everywhere. And we, being in the business for about 27 years, have grown in about 82 countries. That just shows that our coaches have got results to business owners. And that's why we are very confident that whichever country we go to, our coaches will definitely benefit the business community. In India, we are already a team of about 31 coaches. I would also add on Middle East. What you see on a screen is our coaches from India and Middle East, and they come from diversified backgrounds. One common question that I always get when I'm pitching an opportunity like Action Coach to anyone is that people think that they need to have a background into coaching or training, whereas what you see on the screen is that people have come from diversified backgrounds. There are chartered accountants, there are ex-CEOs, CFOs, there are mid-senior level managers. There are a lot of business owners who were being coached by our coaches, and then they love the concept so much that they take up an opportunity like this. So if you're looking to utilize your experience in an effective manner, if you are passionate about an opportunity where you are helping people succeed and that gives you satisfaction, trust me, this can be the right opportunity for you. Everything else that is required in terms of the skill set, your behavioral traits, the knowledge, the marketing, the business development strategies, everything will be handled. All the handholding will be provided to you at Action Coach. But before I get into the opportunity, I would also like to mention Brad Sugars. He's the founder and chairperson of Action Coach, and he's the guy who's behind what has been the journey. And if anyone who's into business, you would need a person like Brad Sugars to run that business for you, because he will get results for you. And that is why Action Coach works. With him being in the team, the kind of strategies, the kind of innovation, the kind of tools that he keeps on adding to the skill sets of our coaches, that will really always benefit the business community. And that is where we see, I have about 1,400 coaches, out of which about 1,000 of them are doing extremely well in whatever parts of the world that they are operating. So that's what really makes Action Coach very special under the able leadership of Brad Sugars. Even if you're not looking towards an opportunity like Action Coach, I would recommend that you should follow him on all the social media handles, and you'll get to learn a lot from him. So there will be some real value content that if you go back and implement in your business, if you implement that in your business, you will definitely get results. But apart from the focus, what I spoke about right at the start, what makes us the #1 on a business opportunity like this? Whenever we are looking for a franchisee business opportunity, Mansi, if you move to the next slide, we always want a business that is fulfilling, that is rewarding, and that is recession-proof. But we also look for a business opportunity that provides all the support that is required in our day-to-day operations. And that's where Action Coach comes in very handy. Right from how you would be generating leads for your business, what marketing collaterals you should be using, what marketing strategies should you be using, how to coach a client, how will you interact with the client? Everything is taught and given. So you get access to both the hard systems and the soft systems which you implement in your business when you start coaching. All these systems will take many years to develop. So in India, we see there are a lot of self-proclaimed coaches, motivational speakers who do this kind of work. But for them to reach at a level where action coaches or the kind of work that our coaches do will take some time, because here we get access to ready-made systems, and that's what makes action coach very, very special. We are not looking at just training and certifying people to become business coaches, but we are looking at making them successful when they start coaching clients, and we are with them in the journey. And that's what makes us the #1 company in the world, because of the strong support structures. So any coaches that comes on board with us, right from all the technology resources to setting up his website, to CRMs, to the first 6 months go-to-market strategy, everything is taken care by us. That's where we say, once you come out of the training, you are ready to coach a client right from day one. So your focus would be more on implementing the business rather than putting in systems in place, because all of that comes to you. And at Action Coach, we are so confident about the results that we bring to business owners that we run our 17-week guarantee program. So all our coaches, when they reach out to business owners, they guarantee them within the first 17 weeks itself, they start seeing value into their business. And you will find this collateral on, you will find this creative on all our marketing collaterals, because we are a company that honors our commitment and we are very transparent with us. So that actually makes Action Coach the right kind of opportunity, because of the strong support systems in place. Now, what's in it for you? How does the revenue come in? So at Action Coach, we give you a complete product ladder. Now, this product ladder is designed in a manner that it fits in the pocket size of each kind of business owner. No business owner in the world will find an excuse to not sign up a coach just because of the investment or the money that is involved in, because we have designed it in such a manner. So we have a one-to-one coaching session, we have a group coaching session, we have 90-day planning sessions, we also have these 1 hour, 2 hour kind of workshops. We also run some tools like business health checkup, where we help them understand the current state of the business and identify the loopholes and gaps. Now, all these products are designed such that they can pay a decent amount of money and still get those services. So at Action Coach, when you become a coach, you know that you will have a product ladder that will help you reach out to all kinds of business owners. Our audience here typically is the small, medium enterprise segment, say business owners between a 5 crore to about 100 crore turnover. That's the kind of audience that we are looking at. Now, how does it start? So anyone who's looking to come on board, they undergo a rigorous training. So it's about a 12-week training program, or rather a 10-week training program now, where it starts with a 4-week online training. Mansi, we can move to the next slide. It starts with a 4-week online training. It's a self-paced learning where you become familiar with the Action Coach environment, which is then followed by a 10-day in-house training. Now, in times like these where we are facing a lockdown, we have moved this 10-day training to virtual training. So our team of master coaches from the US office will interact with you for about 10 days and help you become the right kind of business coach that you are intended to become. And then once you've completed the initial 4 weeks and the 10-day training, that's when we say you're market ready, we certify you, and you start practicing. But simultaneously, another 4 weeks of training will happen. Again, it's online, just to ensure that you become thorough with our systems and processes. The training doesn't stop here, because this is a profession which requires you to learn on the go. So it will be a lifelong learning. So every month we keep doing similar webinars, regional and global events that you become a part of, so that you can adapt to changing business environment and you have the best kind of strategies and tools to help the business community. We also have these weekly calls with our master coaches and teams in India, so that you learn from each other. It's a community that learns together, earns together, and grows together, and that's what we promote. We are looking at people who are committed to a profession like this and want to work like hand in hand. So that's the complete training that you get once you come on board. Now, quickly coming to business models. The business models that we have there are two kinds of business models. Either you can start off with a single practice where you become a coach, we train you, we certify you, and you start practicing in your locality. Now, everything that you do in your individual capacity. You don't need to set up any office because the coaching has gone virtual. Everything is virtual, so there's no no expense required in terms of having any additional kind of infrastructure to start a business like this. The investment that you see on your screen is what we are looking at. If we understand that we are going through a tough time, and that's where we have taken certain approvals from the global office. So if anyone who's looking at enrolling for a 12th August training or a first week of September training, we have certain offers. You can reach out to us. My colleague Mansi will share a link in the chat box. You all can fill up the form, and we can then schedule a call with you to give you more understanding. The second business model is the action firm. Here you have the feasibility of appointing a team of coaches under you. You can appoint as many coaches under you, and you get exclusive right for one particular territory. So if there is a person who's based out of Delhi and says he wants a exclusive right, you can get exclusive rights. Once you come on board, then no other coach or no other firm will be appointed in your region. It's you who will be pursuing in that region. Again, the commercials are there on your screen, and you can always reach out to us for a conversation ahead. But what I've quickly done today is I'm coming on to my live slide where I have given you a brief introduction about an opportunity with Action Coach, but it will take some time for you to understand it in a better manner. And that's why we have designed certain steps that we expect you to go through to understand what Action Coach is all about, how it will bring value to you if you are looking towards an opportunity like this. The first step is that I invite you all to attend a toolbox tool. It happens every Monday, 9:30 p.m. India time, and it's run by my US team, where you will actually get to see what the Action Coach environment is, what are the tools, what are the strategies, what is the kind of content we have, what is the kind of technology support we provide to our coaches when they come on board. And if you're able to relate with it, then the next step is to speak to some of our coaches. Now, why we do that is because we want to provide transparency. It will be a one-on-one conversation where you can reach out to the coaches and understand from them of why they chose Action Coach, how their experience has been, how difficult it is to get a client, how do you bring value to a client, do clients pay or not, whatever doubts you might have in mind, and you can have a conversation with the coaches and they will tell you. Now, being the business guy, I will only tell you good things about Action Coach, but trust me, when you speak to my coaches, if they find any loopholes, they'll tell you right there on the face. And that's why we promote, we have included this step also, so that we give you 100% transparency and you're very sure about it. After speaking to the coaches, we were still confident about the process. Then I introduce you to my global CEO. His name is Vic Cifitelli, and he's based out of Australia. He's been with Action Coach for about 20 years now. And the best part is that he's a business coach plus the business head. So he will speak to you from both the perspective of what it takes to be a coach and why you should be looking towards an opportunity like business coaching. After a conversation with them, trust me, if you go through these steps, by the end of it, you will have a clarity whether you want to move forward or not. And in case you decide to move ahead, that's the process. That's the time when we start our due diligence. We start with a behavioral assessment just to understand your personality in a better way. Then we do a thorough background check about the individual. There is a CEO call again with the Franchisee India CEO. We again do a call to understand this is the right opportunity for you. And then we finally sign up the agreement, you pay up, and we start off with your training. So that's a brief about the Action Coach opportunity. I know you guys have all been listening to so many business opportunities today, but at Action Coach, we believe, hearing and understanding is one thing, but taking action is what takes you close to your destination or your future. So take actions, go through the next step, schedule a conversation with us, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in any which ways. On the call with me is my colleague Mansi. She basically handles the coach support part. So whenever a coach comes on board, she will be a one point of contact, and she provides all the assistance to the coaches that we have. So thank you again to Venus and the Franchisee India team for helping us put this together, and especially Akshay for coordinating it so well, and so to Priyanka. With this, I hand it over to Venus. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them.
That's I think you really went with the time limit, Satyam. Good work. And I think there will be some people joining in from Singapore. So is the license available in Singapore?
So yes, we had a word with the global CEO today in the afternoon. And yes, if there's anyone who's interested in Singapore, we'll be more than happy to sell licenses to them.
Sure. And I think I think we'll have one quick question. Who is the perfect, because from the other opportunities which we have shared, action coach is a bit different. It is not opening a shop, right? It is a service business. Who is the right guy for action coach? Who should be thinking about action coach right now after this pitch?
So I would say, see, anyone who has been into a business or has been working for about 10, 15 years is the ideal choice for me, because you need to understand the business dynamics, you need to understand the business environment. And if you have that basic understanding, then the rest is taken care by us. But the most important trait that I will say is, you need to be passionate about a profession like this. You need to be committed like this. While the other business opportunities that we have, the revenue stream or the approach is very different. Here you are taking up a profession where you will need to, for the first few months, it will be a complete mindset change that you will have to adapt to. So if you're ready for a mindset change, if you are passionate about a profession like this, then this is the right opportunity for you. What I will also request Mansi is to share a link which talks about what are the key traits that a coach, that a person should be looking at who's looking towards a profession like business coaching. So what that video, it will tell you all the details of what it takes to be a good business coach or rather a world-class business coach. I hope that answers the question.
It does, Satyam. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mansi. Akshay, it is on to you now.
Yeah, thank you, Satyam. Thank you, Mansi, for making it such a wonderful presentation. Next, we have Mahindra First Choice. So, Alok ji on the panel. Yeah. So, would you be sharing screen, or you want me to present on your behalf?
I'll just share.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so namaste everyone. I am Alok Kapoor from Mahindra First Choice Services. This is a very different business from what all we have been discussing so far. So we have a business of multi-brand car service and multi-brand two-wheeler service. We are from Mahindra Group. It's a large group with more than $20 billion revenue. And we have more than 2 lakh persons working for us, operating in more than 100 countries, and many accolades to our trade. Mahindra First Choice brand is being used by 2 companies. One is Mahindra First Choice Services, another one is Mahindra First Choice Wheels. So Mahindra First Choice Wheels is into the buying and selling of pre-owned cars, and we are into servicing of multi-brand cars and multi-brand two-wheelers. So we have 4 brands of Mahindra First Choice Any Car Service, Mahindra First Choice Any Bike Service, DRO is our software for garage management, and MFC is our private label spare parts brand. We are from a mobility service sector within the Mahindra Group, which is also having Mahindra Logistics and Meru and some other companies in the sector. Our company is roughly 12 years old. We have more than 500 operating workshops in the country. 300 of them are for roughly 4-wheeler, and roughly 200 of them are for 2-wheeler. Another 150 workshops are under setup as of now. We are operating from 366 cities across 25 states. We have already crossed 25 million services, and 72% of our franchise partners, they come from non-automobile background. So we have grown big in last 12 years. And now we are stepping onto our next program of our network expansion. Before that, I would like to share what is the size of the market where we operate. So we have 30 million cars in India. Each car requires roughly 3 services in a year. So roughly 90 million services are done in India, and roughly 4,000 rupees are spent on each service. So the car service market is 360,000 million. Indian rupees, and similarly for 2-wheelers it is much bigger, it's roughly 600,000 million rupees. And this market is very much unorganized as of now. As you see, a lot of market is with independent unorganized garages. So we are helping this business organize across the country by setting up our franchise workshops. Typically a person, when he buys a car, roughly 2 to 2.5 years, the car is within warranty, and then they sell the car, or the car changes the hand again in few years. What happens when the cars are new? Everybody tends to go to the authorized workshop. So OEM means original equipment manufacturers, like the brands like Toyota, Honda, and all. And then after some time, the people start going towards independent garages once the warranty is over. And around 5 to 6 years time, again car changes the hand, and around 9 years again the new buyer. So what happens between 3 to 7 years of age, the maximum is spent on the car service happens, and that's what we call as the sweet spot. And our entire business model for cars as well as two-wheeler is designed to cater to the customer needs in this sweet spot period. So the consumer needs keep on changing as the car life goes varies, and our business is in the middle bracket where convenience, transparency, and quality are the most sought after points by the consumers. So we have three formats for or options for franchising. First one is MFCS 4W, means MFCS four-wheeler workshop, which is full-fledged car repair workshop, which takes care of all kinds of minor repair or major repair, accidental repair for cars. Second model is MFCX, which is a quick service workshop. And third one is MFCS two-wheeler, where bike and scooter workshop, all needs of two-wheeler consumers are being taken care of. So we have typically three models for franchising. So first one requires roughly 12 million investment. Middle one is 3.5 million, and last one is for two-wheelers 2.1 million. Area requirement is again, it varies from 1,500 to the 12,000 square feet. Typically, the working capital required is from 2 million down to 0.1 million for a smaller workshop. And in a steady state revenue, the larger workshops make 2 million per month, and the middle model makes 0.4 million, and the two-wheeler makes roughly 0.2 to 0.3 million. And the operational break-even comes in 12 months for larger workshop and 6 to 9 months for smaller workshops. And project break-even means complete payback period is close to 3 years, we can say. So these are the models we have. And what we offer is, suppose a workshop is running and certain vehicles are coming, the revenue is simply vehicles multiplied by the ticket size, and this is the revenue, and certain costs are there. So the margins what franchisee or the workshop earn. However, our franchisees get much better vehicle inflow, much better ticket size, hence larger revenue. And of course, the costs also go up when the workshops have to operate as our franchise. But overall net margin goes up. So what we call as a franchise value is the margin as franchisee minus margin as person is operating without franchise. So that is we call as franchise value proposition. How we deliver this franchise value proposition is through our brand, the signage, through the visibility, the uniforms, promo templates, online promotions, digital promotions. We have loyalty products for AMCs, warranty beyond warranty, RSA products, and insurance products. We have tie-ups with the fleets, all insurance companies. So we get a lot of vehicle inflow goes up for our franchisees. But ticket size goes up because of the consumer profile changes when it is a franchise workshop. Our rates are up by 15 to 20% from the normal, say, unorganized market. And we have full range availability. So that's why the ticket size goes up. And for complete support system, we have the training, technical support. We have a unique program called Automotive Service Business Management Program, which is for the entrepreneurs who are from non-auto background. When they want to join us, we give them a 6-day training wherein they undergo complete detailed training on this business. This is non-technical, this is about the business. And this involves how to set up the workshop, what are the consumer needs, how to acquire and retain a consumer, and then how to handle their own team, how to handle your expenses, and then we give the guidance and setup during the setup and handholding during the initial days. Spare supply with best margins, different promos and service maintenance reminders calls. We have our hubs for supply of spare parts. Post-service feedback calls are done by us. We have a unique program for working capital arrangement, which is MFCS Accidental Spares Credit Line. Then we do monthly audits. We have a strong team where monthly or bi-monthly visits are done by our team. We do programs like base camp where franchises, when they join new, after 6 months of operations, we take them to a different program for training so that they can go to the next level of operations. We help the franchises in the staff recruitment, industry updates, and all kinds of contingency support. So there's a complete 360-degree support system we have, and that's why we are very successful in last 6 years of our franchising in India. And for our NRI friends joining this program, so 10 of our workshops are being run by the people who were not in India before this workshop operations. They are operating in Batala, Khatima, Kaithal, Meerut, all these places where they have come and settled in India, and they are successfully running these workshops. So you're most welcome, and all your questions are welcome. So this is an introduction from my side. And of course, this is a very detailed business. This requires roughly 3 to 4 meetings before you take a decision to join us. So all those details can be discussed during those meetings, and Franchise India can help you in facilitating those meetings.
Yeah. Thank you, Alokji. Just out of curiosity, what should be a typical profile of the investor in this case? Are there any specific conditions where our Singapore Indians or Malaysian Indians can think whether they can buy a franchisee for themselves or for their family in India?
Yeah, so one condition or rather 2 conditions I'll put. First is that we want local entrepreneurial participation. So you should have your some connections, local connections or some roots there wherever you want to start the franchise. It cannot happen that you, from a map, you pick a city and you want to start there. No, this requires very local connections and local entrepreneurial participation. So some person from family whom you can depute who can handle this has to be there. This is one. Secondly, you should have a say service approach towards consumers, because we service more than 60 to 70,000 vehicles every month, and our chairman, Mr. Anand Mehndra, is on Twitter. So anybody who's not happy with service can simply tweet him, and then whole organization is on the toes. So this kind of commitment has to be there, and this is a very complicated business. We help in making this simpler for our franchise partners. So that's our role. So we have been doing this successfully for last few years, and if you see on the Picasso parameter, we fulfill all the parameters on Picasso, and this is a time-tested model already running. So we have many vacancies in India because we want to expand our 4-wheeler franchise network to roughly 1,500 workshops and 2-wheeler franchise network to roughly 5,000 workshops. So that's why we have joined hands with Franchise India, and who are helping us in recruiting our new franchises. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking that question. So I think going forward, having any questions, we'll be coming back to you, and we'll have one-to-one discussion with the interested participants as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. So I think Gaurav sir has also joined. So welcome, Gaurav sir. Now we'll be moving ahead with another 4 brands. So Sripad ji, are you there? Will you be sharing your screen, or you want me to present for you?
Yeah, good evening, Akshay.
Yeah, hi, Vaibhav ji. Hi.
Hi. So I'm so is it visible?
Yes, yeah, it's visible. Yeah,
it's visible. So first of all, thanks to Akshay and all India Franchise India team to giving us this platform for a wonderful opportunity to talk with NRI Franchisee Show. So thanks a lot for this. As being a representative of generic Medicart, myself, Vaibhav Naragunda, I'm taking care of business development and training head in this company. So before start my presentation, I want to say something that from our childhood, we are hearing one phrase that food, shelter, and clothes are the basic necessities of every human being. So I want to add one more thing, and that is medicine. So now the medicine is also become a very necessity, and in a country like India, more than 70% people are below poverty line. So most of them are stopped to take their medicine because of high cost, their brand, and only this concept of mind, we started this generic art medicine before 5 years on a noble clause that everyone in India should afford medicine, and they try and never stop to take medicine. And from that one shop, today we are having more than, just 1 minute. Okay. So today, if we are talking about our company, then India's is a generic medicine franchisee company. It's India's #1 generic company, and India's only company who is providing quality control certificate of every product. And this is a very good sign that every customer can check this certificate online in existing shops. Means we have 1100 plus registered shops in India and more than 60 lakhs plus satisfied customer. But if every customer has a single doubt about our any medicine in his mind, then he or she can check the quality control certificate on online basis or existing shop portal for his satisfaction. The currently company is having, as I said, 1100 registered shops, naming Swasth Aushadhi Seva, or you say generic medicine, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, and Goa. Means before 5 years, just as I said rightly, we have started one shop, and now we are present in 4 states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, and Goa, with more than 1100 franchisee stores. Out of them, 950 shops are running successfully and 150 shops are under opening process. Company it already launched a mobile application, because now everyone should use to take any order. It's just like hotel order, food order, grocery order, just like medicines also we are trying to get their fingerprints, and we are launching our mobile application so that customer can easily order their routine medicines from any shop which in their area. So if we go further, then more than 50 district heads already registered. We have a franchisee module. Later on, we will look into that, but just to give you a rough idea that first step, we have started like a shop, then near about 70 to 80 shop under one district head, and 19 to 20 district head, or approximately in a small state, 10 to 12 district head under one zonal state head. So there are 3 layers in our franchisee modules. So that's why we are saying here 50 district heads already registered. More than 60 lakh satisfied customers are taking benefit from our shop. Turnover 40 crores in last 4.5 years. Company operates through its own software management system. Company owns its software, so there is no any hurdles or any for transportation, for taking the orders of medicine. In this lockdown period also, we are managing very well in transportation. There is no our shop who is pending for order in this lockdown period. So this is the well use of software management system which we are operating. 85% work done through system, as rightly I said. Distribution through Miras and Aurangabad warehouse. We have 2 warehouses for managing our stock. One is at our head office state at Miras, Maharashtra, and the second one is Aurangabad. Aurangabad is for that Vidarbha and Marathwada area, and Miras is for rest of just like Western Maharashtra, Konkan area. Means 50% we are managing our goods from Miras and 50% for Aurangabad to supply our retail franchises. Company having full product range, more than 3,000 products. It's from just like cold, cough, to cancer. We have, you just name it, and we have every product in our bucket. So we have more than 3,000 products range. All marketing material logo has been copyrighted and completed trademark process. So if you look at the picture, there are, if you saw our products, we provide quality medicine from GMP. It's a general good manufacturing products. This is the one kind, and second, WHO, World Health Organization, good manufacturing products, means WHO has given certificates for some countries to export and import their medicines, and we have already manufacturing our products under that GMP and WHO GMP. So our each and every product is trustworthy. Supply of special drugs, just special drugs and normal drugs, or you say ordinary drugs. There are 2 types of in medicine field. The special drugs is including oncology drugs or HIV drugs. So we have in our bucket special drugs also. all drugs, if we consider, we have very lower cost, 30 to 70% in compare with branded medicine. And this is the uniqueness. That's why I said in my first introductory line that medicine is now become a necessity of every human being and is our basic motto to reach our medicine to each and every Indian. So lowering cost 30 to 70%, it helps us to reaching everywhere. From fever to cancer, just as said, all types of medicines are available with us. Product range of more than 3,000 products, just we see before some time. More than 450 content with unique generic name and generic art logo. If you see, so this is, if you see, this is a generic art logo, and this is the generic name. This is the generic name of that medicine. And this is just right now I said WHO GMP, World Health Organization, good manufacturing products. This is the hallmark, or you say logo on our product, and this is the generic art logo. So more than 450 content with unique generic name and generic art logo. Just as said to you, we are running a generic art medicine under zonal head of 8 to 10 districts, and district head of franchisee within district. Franchises is shops which controlled by district head, and district head, 8 to 10 district heads, it controlled by one zonal state head. Is automatically, we are some modules according to the population of some area. Means I just give you a rough idea about, we are planning to give one franchisee shop approximately around 25,000 population. So for 1 lakh population, we are allowing franchisee of 4 shops. So one district head is taken around the population of 19 to 20 lakh under him. And each zonal state head is taking 8 to 10 district heads, means approximately 1.8 CR to 2 CR population under one zonal state head. So if we go through this module, just you see these the franchisee facts. Total investment is 10 to 12 lakhs, franchisee fee rupees 1 lakh plus GST, which is non-refundable. So the third point is very important and unique about generic art medicine, that we are not dependent on doctors or hospitals. Most of the times, if we see, the medical shops are totally doctor-centric. If doctor shut down his OPD for 3 to 4 days, the business in this particular medical shop will get collapsed. And if we say the contrary, if any medical shop is open near about a heart surgeon, so there are some restrictions on his medical capability, or you say capacity. He can sell only heart-related medicines. If any diabetic care hospital is there, then the medical shop is having only that type of medicines. But we are not doctor-centric, or we are not dependent on hospitals. Seasons will also not affect on our business. Earn how much you want, no capping on profit making, just we will more focus into that. Average medicine sale margin is 50%, and that is the huge we are offering for our franchisee. So average medicine sale, here's one point I want to give a focus, that average medicine sale margin is 50%, and return on investment, ROI, is 18 to 24 months. If we invest some amount, and just I said 10 to 12 lakhs, then we will give our ROIs at 18 to 24 months. So here is one tentative earning potential of franchisee. So if we are looking, we are making some surveys of customers. This is our uniqueness. Means there we have started our works in pre-opening shop basis. Means in that particular area, near any residential colony, near bus stand, near railway station, we are survey of that people, that which people are using regularly medicine, just like for their sugar medicine, diabetic, then for blood pressure, for cancer. And these are the revenue, just like revenue, or you say just like routine medicines, month-on-month medicines. So if we assume that our one franchisee shop is having client base of 500, then average amount per prescription is 400. So monthly sale is approximately 2 lakhs. If we include 5 days holidays, including Sundays, then we work for 25 days in a month. So 2 lakh is divided by 25, so average daily sale is 8,000. average daily earning per day is 40% if we consider, then it is 3,200. And if we earning for month of 25 days, it's near about 80,000. So if our any shop franchisee owner is having only a database or client base is 500 client base on regular basis, then he or she can earn 80,000 per month. This is the earning potential of this business. And later on, if the shop owner will increase the client base, his earning goes increase for 1,000 client base, he will earn 1,60,000, then 240. And if, just like I said, we are making the survey of 2,000 people as a client base, and if anyone, because we have some shops who reach till 1,700 to 1,800 customer per month. Their client base is 1,700 to 1,800. That's why we mention here 2,000. So it's not like that कि हम 2,000 तक कभी पहुंच ही नहीं सकते. We are only restricted to with 500 or 1,000. So we have such a franchisee owners with more than 70 to 1,800 client base, and they can easily earn up to 3 lakhs per month. So this is the earning potential for franchisee. Then if we are considering about district head module, so expected district head, just as I said before that the first we started our module from franchisee store or franchisee shop, and there are 70 to 80 shops under one district head. So district head will be allotted 18 to 20 lakh population or one district. It depends on district wise. If a district like having 1 crore population, then there are we are appointing 5 district heads as per 18 to 20 lakh population. But if there are small districts which are having population of 18 to 20 lakhs, then we are appointing only 1 district head as per the population. So in that population, as I said before, 25,000 for population, we are recruiting 1 franchisee shop. So for this 18 to 20 lakhs population, 1 district head can recruit or can give franchisee to 70 to 80 shops in allocated area. So if he recruit 1 shop, as I discussed, the franchisee fee is 1 lakh plus GST. So his one-time recruitment incentive is 40% of that 1 lakh. It means his first recruitment incentive from 1 shop is 40,000. So if any district head recruited 70 to 80 shops, so approximately his fees collection for that is 70 to 80 lakhs, and that 40% amount, it still belongs to 28 lakhs to 32 lakhs in between. So that's the expected recruitment one-time benefit is 25 lakh to 32 lakhs. It's a one-time benefit. We are calling it recruitment incentive. So when the shop, it's the post-opening period, and shop franchisee owner will purchase from generic medicine, monthly purchase, you see a left side column, monthly shop purchase. If any shop purchase 50,000 medicine from us, the number of shops and monthly earning benefit as per recruited shops and purchase done. So if any district head is having 20 shops within his 2 to 3 months span after joining us, and his each shop is purchasing average 50,000 goods, then he can earn 50,000 per month. That is 5% of purchase by 20 shops. If he recruited 40 shops, then approximately his earning will grow up to 1 lakh as compared with 50,000 monthly basis. If his purchase is on higher side, it's like we are focusing on 3rd or 4th line, that any of his franchisee is purchased 3 lakhs amount of medicine, and he is having 60 shops under him, so his earning will be 9 lakhs. And we have such a district heads who earn 9 to 12 lakhs in between. So it's a monthly incentive. So it's a huge potential for district head role. There's a 40% recruitment incentive. There's a pre-opening period he or she can earn. And then after opening is a revenue or regular incentive of monthly basis of 5% per shop purchase. If we go further, for zonal state head which among the control over the control of 8 to 10 district heads before we said in our previous slide, the state head will allotted 1.8 crore to 2 CR population. As rightly said in the back slide, I just said one district head can allotted 18 to 20 lakhs of population and 10 district head under one zonal state head. So the zonal state head is appointed for approximately 1.8 CR to TCR population on one state. If we are having a state, big state whose population is among 20 crores, then we are appointing their 10 zonal state heads. But if the state population is small, it's up to 6 to 8 crores, then we can appoint their 4 to 5 zonal state heads. So state head need to recruit 10 to 12 district heads in the allocated area. Prospect state head has to pay franchisee fee will be 55 lakhs plus GST, which is also non-refundable. So if we go on backslide, then the district head, for district head, the fees are 6 lakhs plus GST. And for state head, the fees are 55 lakhs plus GST. So when we are seeing amount of 6 lakh or you say 55 lakhs, I want to add one very unique point about generic art medicine, that any of these people don't have any headache of maintaining stock, and this is our uniqueness. Any district head or any zonal state head not need to be maintain a godown or a stock inventory. They don't need to appoint a person under them to maintaining stock. They don't need to focus on transportation, how to transport to this shop, who is going to take the ownership of expired medicine. There is no headache at all. Our simple formula is the transportation is only from our godown, our mean generic art medicine companies godown to directly shop franchisees. There is no any other godown for any district head or any state head. And this is the much uniqueness of this module, which I want to share. So if we are focusing on recruitment incentive of state zonal head, then 15% recruitment, just like I said, 1 lakh is the fees for franchisee and 15% is the recruitment incentive for zonal head. Monthly incentive in last side we have seen for 5% for district head, and same is 2% for zonal heads. If I said there are 70 to 80 shops under one district head, then approximately it goes around 700 to 900 shops under one state zonal head, because he's handling 10 district heads. So approximately the shop number is more, up to 10 times. And that's why the expected recruitment one-time benefit is 15%, that is 1.05 CR to 1.35 CR. And that is huge. In compare with his 55 plus GST fees, the earning potential, I am talking about only recruitment benefit. I'm not going towards his monthly earning benefit. So within a very shorter time, he is at his break-even point. So that is the best part of this module. And if we say the same monthly shop purchase 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh, 5 lakh category, and the number of shops 200, 400, 600, then he can earn from starting 2 lakhs to 60 lakh, 40 lakhs, 48 lakhs, 60 lakhs, as per the number of shops and the number of monthly purchase of his franchisee.
Yeah.
So
but apologies, but we need to close it as soon as possible. So please move fast.
Yeah. So this is the end of this presentation.
Yeah. So Vaibhavji, we do have a couple of questions, but we'll take it separately with you.
Okay.
After the session, maybe tomorrow. But we do have a couple of questions coming towards pharmacy certificate and master franchisee. So we'll connect with you separately on that.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anirudh, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. So next brand will be Canada Valley. So this is one of the Canada immigration specialist brand, which is having global presence. And we have the founder himself, Mr. Anirudh. So Anirudh, over to you. Yeah, you want me to share the video, right?
Yeah, first of all, a very good evening to everyone. It's an absolute honor to be among such eminent entrepreneurs this evening, and I'm sure everyone is from this presentation. I would request Akshay to please play our brand video, and then I'll take it further with the presentation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Akshay, there is no sound, please.
Hello, Akshay. I guess there is some issue with the sound.
Is it?
Yeah.
So you need to check the box where you say computer sound.
It's done, Dheeraj.
Can you try to do it again, please?
Sure, sure.
Ever thought of moving abroad for a better career or education?
Yeah, it is. Please carry on.
Mr. Singh and Miss Neha. Both of them are currently exploring the best way to move their base abroad for a better life and career. Why they want to move to Canada? Financial freedom, healthy environment, handsome salaries, work-life balance, peaceful society with low crime rate, free healthcare. Why study in Canada? Pathway to permanent residency, best place to study, work and live. High employment rate for internationals. Students get job within 6 months. Part-time work opportunities for students. Cost effective. If you're looking for a lively and flourishing country in which you want to live, study, capitalize, originate, or expand your business, think Canada. Canada offers lifestyle with none other competing nation near to it. Why CanadaValley.com? Every year, more than 3 lakh Indians make Canada their new home. However, to find an immigration or overseas education expert who can show you the correct path, meet CanadaValley.com. CanadaValley.com has its presence in India as well as Canada. One director is PR with degree in immigration law. 10 steps transparent process. Free eligibility check and registration. Educational credential assessment and expression of interest. Invitation to apply medical and PCC. Visa and COPR pre-departure briefing. Fly to Canada with post-landing services. In-house team of IELTS trainers and career counselors. Job search assistance. Pre-departure and post-landing services. Applying for social insurance number and driving license. Legal assistance and much more. Call now for free eligibility check 1-800-121-8620 or visit www.canadavalley.com. Panjao, Canada Valley.
Okay, thank you so much, Akshay, for playing the video, and I would take this opportunity to thank Franchisee India for providing us with this fantastic platform. I will start with the presentation now.
Sure.
Yeah, is it there? Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. All right. So very good evening to everyone here. It's again absolute pleasure to present our brand to all of you, to people in India, Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries. So first of all, I will talk a bit about our brand, the kind of services that we provide and how are we different. So CanadaValley.com is a leading immigration and overseas education consultancy. And we have our presence in all the 4 continents across 9 locations. We have our offices in India, Canada, in Africa, we are in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana, and in the Middle East, we are in Oman. The unique thing about our immigration firm is that most of the immigration firms that are there in India, Southeast Asia, and other countries do not have a registered RCIC. So here I am the RCIC. I'm registered with the Immigration Council of Canada as a member of the Immigration Council. Now, it's absolutely important for any immigration firm dealing in Canadian immigration or overseas education to have an RCIC on board as per the laws set by the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act of Canada. And I act as the RCIC here. We also provide pre-departure briefing and post-landing services to all our clients, be it permanent residency applicants or students who hire our services. So it's not that we just help them in the immigration and then we forget them after they get their visa. That's where the real job starts. Our motto is to help them settle down in a new country. It's not just to process their visa, but also make sure that they have a stable career and they settle down in Canada. We provide them, so the three main segments that we deal in is, first of all, permanent residency application. So Canada is having a population of only 3.5 crores, and out of this 3.5 crores, majority of this population is, retirement age. So the country needs more and more skilled employees to replace the retiring population. That is why, the country wants a lot of skilled professionals, and they run a program known as Express Entry and Federal Skilled Worker Program. And then every province has its own provincial nomination programs to recruit individuals who can come and settle down in Canada and contribute to the economy. And they provide them with permanent residency status. Now, permanent residency status is kind of similar to citizenship of Canada, but, they don't have the right to vote or hold a Canadian passport. But apart from that, they have free health, retirement benefits, unemployment insurance. They can work anywhere in Canada. They can do any business. I'll talk about it in detail in the upcoming slides. Now, PR application is one of our segments. The second segment is overseas education. So we have more than 500 Canadian colleges and universities in our network, and we help students with the college admissions in Canada, and then the student visa, and then of course the post-landing services. And the third segment is the IELTS tutorials, wherein we provide classes, IELTS classes. IELTS is International English Language Testing System. So everyone who wants to move to Canada, be it a student or a PR applicant, needs to take this test to migrate to Canada, be it as a permanent resident or a student. So we also provide IELTS classes in each of our centers and franchisees. And the eligibility assessment that we do with any of our candidates, the clients, we do a free eligibility assessment to start with, because it is very important. There are many scams going on in the market as far as immigration is concerned. So we make sure that we carefully check the profile of the candidate, and only if they are eligible, then we get them enrolled and start the process with them. So the eligibility test that we do is completely free of cost. We are also associated with Canadian angel investors, designated Canadian angel investors, to facilitate the startup visa program for investors and entrepreneurs who want to come down to Canada and set up their business in Canada. Now, about our list of services, I already gave you an overview. Again, to have a detailed understanding, these are the kind of services that we provide. So immigration, as in a permanent residency application to start with, and then we have all sorts of visa services, be it visitor visa, student visa, spouse visa, visa for parents and grandparents, and then work permit, labor market impact assessment, IELTS tutorials. We help startups who want to set up their business in Canada. We also help with education, as in college admission and IELTS classes. And then we provide post-landing services to everyone who arrives in Canada, our clients, I mean, be it students or PR applicants. And then we help them with job search assistance after they get the valid status in Canada. And we also help with super visa and spouse sponsorship. Now, the question is, why Canada? I mean, there are so many countries in the world, developed economies. Then why should someone choose Canada as their home, whereas they have so many other options? Now, first of all, Canada has one of the highest standards of living globally. And Vancouver, Calgary, and Toronto are constantly ranked as one of the top cities to live in globally, to live and work as well. And Canada is also reputed as a diverse and economically progressive country, and it has very friendly immigration policies. So right now, US, as you know, I mean, immigration in US is almost stopped. I mean, Trump has come up with such policies. Even they are sending back the students who hold valid student visas. Even as far as Australia and New Zealand are concerned, they have made the immigration policies very strict, and it is very hard to migrate to these countries. Now, Denmark has stopped immigration as well. So for Indians and other people across Asia and other developing countries, Canada is the best and only option right now. And the kind of facilities that Canada offers to its permanent residents is completely unparalleled. It's kind of similar to citizens. Canada also needs 1 million immigrants. I mean, the target set for immigration in between 2018 to 2021 was 1 million immigrants. Like I said, I mean, majority of the population is aging, and they are nearing the age of retirement, so they need more and more people to replace the aging population. So every year, around 350,000 immigrants is what they need till 2021, and after that, they're going to again revise the new plan. So with a country which is almost 4 or 5 times the size of India and a population of 3.5 crores, it's going to grow in the coming years, and immigration is the backbone of Canada pretty much. If we talk about Toronto, which is the commercial hub of Canada, the job scene is so good that in 2018, it created more tech jobs compared to New York City and the Silicon Valley in the US put together. So that is how good the job scene is in Toronto these days. Now let's look at why students should choose Canada for higher studies. First of all, if you study in Canada, that provides you with a pathway to obtain permanent residency status in Canada. So it's not like any other country where you invest your money, you study there, and then eventually you have to come back to your home country and then apply for work permit. It doesn't happen that way with Canada. In Canada, you can get your diploma or degree, and then you can also apply for permanent residency after you're done with your education. You can get your work permit, and then you can work your way through permanent residency. Canada has also been ranked internationally as the best place to study, work, and live. It has world-class academic standards. Canada is also cost-effective compared to UK, US, and Australia, which are the other common, popular choices among students. But Canada is considerably more economical compared to the other countries. And students can also work part-time while they're studying to support themselves. Canadian degrees and colleges and universities are recognized globally all over the world. And Canada also has a very high employment rate for international students. So 90% of the international students get hired within 6 months of graduating in Canada. And Indians account for over 1/3 of Canada's foreign students. So there is a huge Indian diaspora in Canada. So people don't really, usually people from South Asian countries, they don't really feel homesick, or they don't have that kind of a culture shock when they move to Canada, because they have so many Indians and other South Asians in Canada, they feel at home. Now, let us look at the number of study permits that were issued by Canada to Indians. If we just look at the data for 2019, you can see that from India, more than 219,000, approximately 220,000 study permits were issued by Canadian government to Indian students in 2019. So that's a huge number. In fact, Canada these days is the most favorite and favored destination among Indian students and other students in South Asia. Now let's look at some of the benefits of Canadian permanent residency. So PR is entitled to basic pension, free healthcare for the entire family. The PR has unemployment insurance if he or she loses her job, his or her job in Canada. There is access to subsidized education. The PR can sponsor other family members to become permanent residents of Canada, like spouse, children, parents, and grandparents as well. So it is one of the most friendly immigration policies that Canada practices. And a PR is protected under Canadian law, similar to a citizen. The PR also is entitled to social security services and benefits, like if the PR doesn't have enough, employment or income, then the government supports the PR towards living cost and other expenses. There are allowances provided by the government. And as a PR, candidate can live, work, and study anywhere in Canada, in any of the provinces. If a candidate obtains a Canadian permanent residency and then stays in Canada for a period of 3 years within a 5-year term, then the PR can also apply for Canadian citizenship and obtain a Canadian passport, which is one of the strongest passports globally these days. If we look at the number of permanent residents, and let's see where India stands. So this was a study. It is a bit old study now. It's even more. In 2016, there were about 1.5 lakh Indians who were given permanent residency status. So every year there are about 2,20,000 students moving from India to Canada, and another 1.5 lakh people moving as permanent residents to Canada. So overall, the number is huge. It's more than 3.5 lakhs. The market is huge. Now let's talk about business immigration. I'll not take much of your time. I know I'm running out of time. It's a very packed program. Now Canada is also very interesting for entrepreneurs who want to come to Canada. They want to invest and set up their business in Canada and obtain the permanent residency on the basis of that. So Canada has a very nurture entrepreneurs. The tax rates are also among the best among developed economies for big corporations and startups alike. Again, Toronto, Vancouver, and Calgary are constantly ranked among the most desired cities to live in the world. And the country has also has been ranked globally as the best place to do business in the world. And whenever someone wants to invest in Canada, set up a business under startup program or any provincial investor program, the entrepreneur obtains permanent residency status in Canada along with his or her entire family. Let's look at some facts and figures. So even American employers are saying that everyone wants a piece of Canada these days because the Canadian dream is quickly replacing the American one. You know, all these immigration curbs in the US, H-1B visa has been discontinued, and now again they are putting more restrictions on immigration. So even the American companies are eventually moving to Canada and setting up their base there because they can get better skilled employees and they can get people from other countries as well, owing to the friendly immigration policies. Now, let us look at some data about COVID-19. So according to a study by the Economic Times, COVID-19 is going to cost about 135 million jobs in India. And these are all skilled employees who are going to lose their jobs. Now, they want an alternative because they are highly educated. They have a good number of years of work experience. Now, what is the option for them? Canada is going to welcome them with open arms because they need so many people, and we are going to tap into this market. The IELTS industry is also huge in India. In Punjab alone, it is 1,100 crores. And even if we talk about Singapore and Malaysia, there is a trend to move to UK, Canada, and Australia. So people who move to Singapore from India, they use Singapore and Malaysia usually as a stepping stone, and then they further move to countries like Australia and Canada. So there is a huge market there in Singapore and Malaysia as well. Now let us look at the investment and the revenues. So the initial investment is about 8 to 10 lakhs. The center needs to be about 900 to 1500 square feet. That is a standard for all our franchisees, because ultimately this is a consulting business. It's a service industry, and impression creates a big difference. So the clients are going to visit the office, and after they are satisfied with the counseling, with all the services that you offer, they're going to enroll with you. So 900 to 1500 square feet is the standard requirement. And we will have some interior fit outs and branding to be done there. Those can be discussed later on when people come to us and we sit across the table, and then we take things further. Let's look at the ballpark figure for the revenues. So the top line is about INR 2 crores, and the net profit annually is about 60 to 65 lakhs. It's a huge market. So only with an initial investment of 8 to 10 lakhs, you have the potential of having a net profit of 60 to 65 lakhs globally. Annually, because immigration right now, it is huge, and like I said, Canadian immigration is Canada is the favorite destination among all candidates these days. US has stopped. Australia and New Zealand have put on curbs there. So Canadian immigration is huge, and even overseas education in Canada, it's a huge market. In India and Singapore, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian countries as well, because there is a growing trend in these countries to study abroad, and people don't want to waste their money studying in some country where they won't get a work permit or PR status, and again eventually have to come back to the home country. They want to settle down in a developed economy, and Canada provides them with the option to do so. So yeah, that's about it. If anyone has any question, I'll be more than happy to answer that. And then we can, take it further in a one-to-one discussion with interested parties. Thank you so much to the team members of Franchisee India and all the attendants here for patiently hearing me out. And we are looking forward to explore synergy each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anirudh. Appreciate it. Definitely, we are getting some inquiries, and we will come back to you and have a one-to-one session, so we can take it separately.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you. Thank you. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah. So, next is Vivo Healthcare, which is a leading healthcare and education brand. May I request Vikas Koliji to share your screen? Anirudh, may I request you to stop sharing? Thanks a lot. So we are not audible. I think it's on mute.
Yeah, thanks, Akshay. It's a pleasure to be here. If you can just put on the presentation, or is Prakhar there as well online?
Sure, let me do it on your behalf. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes, now I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be here again, and I thank the Franchise India team. So we're going to talk. I think it's been a long day for everybody. So, and I hope it's in the evening, and I hope you're sitting with something to sip in your hands while we're going through this presentation. So welcome to a discussion on Vivo Healthcare and the opportunities it offers. We've heard a few presentations just now. One was very interesting on, the whole pharmaceutical business. So pharmacy, the thing of selling medicines. And there's another one was going to Canada. So, so it's interesting because what we are saying is there's a huge shortage of trained manpower in the healthcare business. And just today, there's an article by Mr. Devi Shetty, and who's amongst the leading cardiologists in India, saying that only beds don't make a hospital. And that was his title, because hospital needs manpower. You need skilled people with specific skills to be able to take care of the patient. And that is the challenge. Unfortunately, COVID has thrown wide open for everybody, not only in India, even in the most developed economies. So nobody really had a plan, and everyone is building a plan as we are going along day-to-day basis. But still, these are all short-term measures. So we are saying, as now with convergence of technologies and unfortunately more disease happening across the world, there's a need for skilled manpower in the healthcare space. So we are focused on what we call paramedics and allied health workers. So usually there are doctors, there are nurses, and along with doctors and nurses, there are technicians. So these technicians are classified as, paramedics or allied healthcare workers. Now, our model is to set up training institutes across geographies so that the local population can get skills, can get trained, and become employable in the healthcare sector. So we have 38 training centers across India, which are functional. We've trained, lots of about 15,000 paramedics who are already working in the healthcare space. I mean, a lot of them are working and supporting the COVID situation right now as well. And we also work with, the community corporates in training on B2B training. So for example, first aid, basic life support, emergency medical response. What do we do when somebody collapses in a hospital? So the idea being to build awareness in the community and also to create employability for the paramedics that we are training. Can we change the slide, please? So this is, so these are the main offerings that we have. So we are saying it's a skill center, vocational skilling. The young people, so some of them who want to who can't become doctors, or who are looking at it from an employability point of view, but want to be in healthcare, are looking for appropriate certifications. They know they can get a career in healthcare. And interestingly, I mean, this is, the only recession-proof industry. It's a combination of health and education. So we don't see, I mean, in India right now, everyone's struggling with COVID, but there are a lot of patients who have deferred their care. So they haven't been to a hospital for 3 months. So the moment things settle down, there'll be lots of patients getting back into hospitals because of minor ailments. I mean, for me, my own example, I'd got a root canal done and I needed to go back to the doctor, but because of the lockdown, I couldn't go. And once I reached 4 months later, so he had to rework on some of the work he had done earlier. So this is an issue which we see coming up, and a huge requirement of people to support the already stretched healthcare infrastructure. So this is, an interesting opportunity going forward, both in the short term and in the long term. The second thing is, like we just heard, it's not only in India, it's everyone is looking for skilled manpower in the healthcare space. So Canada, we heard, they're looking for people. Pharmacies are opening, they need trained people. They need youngsters. And these youngsters with 1 or 2 years of experience then can maneuver their way, make a career progression, and get corporate jobs, get into sales and marketing jobs as well. So you need people to sell healthcare products, not only heal people, sell healthcare products. Home healthcare is becoming a big activity. And, now telemedicine, again, how do you reach out to rural areas, remote areas? So while you can have the technology and the doctor sitting in a large city, but we will need, paramedics on the ground who can help and support patients and be the interface between the patient and the doctor using the technologies now that are available. So this is, having said this, the right education, the right certifications are very important, because health is an area where, you cannot have, you need the appropriate certifications for the person to be eligible to get jobs. Next, please. So Vivo has built a brand. We are, the leading brand in this space. We have worked, we spent a lot of money in advertising. So most of the community in India knows us. The doctors already know the brand as Vivo Healthcare. Many students, initially who didn't know that careers there existed in healthcare. I mean, it's a common issue. In fact, we've been around for 10 years. And initially, if you go to a school, usually the school bio teacher wouldn't know careers in healthcare, nor would the school principal. So the need was to, make, starting with teachers and the family members of students aware that, look, interesting careers exist in healthcare. You don't need to be super intelligent to do these jobs. This is basically equipment led. So for example, if, India is the second largest diabetic population in the world, will be the largest soon. Now, if, there's a sugar problem, somebody has sugar problem at home, mostly everyone in the family or extended family, somebody has, high sugar or low sugar. Now their kidneys get impacted. And over a period of time, the kidneys stop to function and the person has to be put on a process called dialysis. Now, so these machines were in short supply. In the last few years, a lot of these machines have been imported. Now they're being installed in tier 2, tier 3 cities, but you need technicians, trained people who can use these machines and help and support the nephrologists take care of the patients, because even the nephrologists are in short supply. So it's faster, easier to groom technicians so that, the nephrologist can oversee and solve a health related problem. And so each vertical in healthcare, this is how they're growing using technology. So the brand is already known in India. It is known, all the hospitals know about the brand. So the student who's graduated from Vivo Healthcare definitely also gets preference when he's going for a job. Next, please. So these are some of the courses we do. So these are, every vertical in healthcare is different. So the person who takes your ECG does not clean your teeth. Somebody else will do your X-ray. So in a hospital, these are verticals. So the person who takes your blood will not test the blood. So people who are doing first aid are, trained differently on different skills. So there are different verticals. So people have choices within healthcare as to the kind of courses that they can do. A counselor sit with them, understand, the nature, their attitude and approach, and suggest to them the kind of programs, a student can choose. Usually in India, in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, in fact, including in the large cities, in the last 5 years, multiple hospitals have been set up in all major cities across India. So there's a need for this skilled manpower. And now this manpower is also being, hired by people overseas. So there's an opportunity also to send them to the Middle East, and of course Canada, etc., is subject to their visa requirements and norms. So, and we only see these, in demand for them increasing. There's a shortage. We keep getting calls every day. We need more people. Unfortunately, there's only the limited numbers that we are training. So that is leading us to want to expand this network of training centers across India. And we think soon in other countries, we will also be present in other countries. Next, please. Now that is, so those are the cities we are kind of covering right now. We were based out of Gurgaon, so we started, with the north. We've seen a huge need for these people, these skills in Kolkata area. Pune is a very interesting, it's also a natural hub for education. Everybody in Maharashtra kind of comes to Pune for higher education. So Pune, Mumbai area, also there's a lot of demand. So it's the also the capacity for people to pay. So home healthcare is a big thing. A lot of people who are overseas, in fact, a lot of our audiences, in Singapore and Malaysia at this point now. So if there's an elder sitting in India and you need somebody to take care of them, there's always a challenge to find a trained, skilled person who can, support them in home healthcare. So the opportunity is growing. More and more organizations are coming. So while we are in the training business, many organizations are coming and creating these services of supplying manpower. So they hire all these trained people from us and deploy them and have their own arrangements. So our students don't only have to work in hospitals, they're getting jobs in corporates, they're working at home. So depending on the attitude of each individual is different. So they choose where they want to work. We just wish we had many more students who would have trained and who would be working now. And in fact, some of them are doing a brave job right now. And in COVID, I know about, about 90 to 150 students personally who are working on the ambulance services in Delhi and transporting COVID patients. So they're brave, and they're committed to doing service, and also it gives them immense satisfaction while it gives them a salary. Next, please. So we are saying, like we just talked about it, the opportunity is huge. The healthcare market, not only in India, is growing globally. These numbers post-COVID are expected to grow exponentially. There will be more and more investments in India also in terms of technology. In fact, many hospitals have been constructed in the last 3 to 4 months, maybe on a makeshift basis, but we expect them to become permanent centers for care. And the need for paramedics is already there. They're already in short supply. And we think at least for the next 4 to 5 years, this demand is going to be huge. What we actually need is people who can communicate to the community and explain to them this opportunity. So instead of working for a mall, why don't you come and work in a hospital? So that used to be a challenge for us earlier. But now in COVID, with the malls shut, even people at that level are understanding that there are no jobs, so the recovery will be slow in other sectors, but the recovery is definitely will be much faster in healthcare and healthcare services sector. So a lot of these people who are either passing out of after class 12 or who are already graduates or 1 or 2 years of work experience and now are, are looking at doing something else or an alternate career, have an opportunity to come for 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, so and get jobs. So our courses range from 2 months to about 1 year. So depending on the vertical one chooses, I mean, there's a very interesting opportunity. For example, now home collection of blood. So, the work starts at 6 in the morning and by 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's done. So if you know how to ride a motorcycle and you are a phlebotomist, it's a great job. You can do a second job during the day, or you can, do further education during the day, and so multiple careers. And second thing, also what we are finding interesting is that multi-skilling. So there's no reason. I mean, in the West, everyone is trained. So there's no reason for a security guard also not to be a paramedic, a school teacher to have the same skills, and so on. So I think integration, because we are a diverse and a huge population, and hospitals are always going to be far away, including in large cities. Because of traffic, it might take up to an hour to reach the hospital. So what do you do with the patient till you reach the hospital? So these skills can be put to great use. They have value, as and these are life-saving skills which are critically needed. So we are excited about this opportunity, not only in India, but we think our students, which has already started getting exported overseas, and soon we are also exploring opening of such centers internationally. Next, please. So, what is it that we are looking for, and why we are saying, Vivo Healthcare? So we think, this is a sustainable opportunity. There's a huge advantage. Jobs are available not only in hospitals, but in chemist shops, as first aiders on the highways, in corporates as health and safety teams. It is hugely scalable. It's I mean, a lot of women, even if they come and do these courses and don't do jobs, they're competent to take care of elders at home, take care of the children. Even today in India, childbirth is a huge, India, infant mortality and mother mortality during childbirth is an issue. So a lot of this, if this knowledge percolates into the community, a lot of these problems will get solved, saving a lot of money, reducing deaths and saving a lot of money. So there's an opportunity to, take this to one location, learn the business, and then grow the location. However, it is geography specific. So for example, students who are either in the urban, who are urban poor, want to learn, in a center close to their homes, because sometimes the transportation costs 100 rupees a day, etc., is not viable for them to spend on. They'd rather spend on the education, or these set up in behind clusters where hospitals are coming. So in every state in India, 4 or 5 cities have become healthcare clusters where all hospitals, multi-speciality, super speciality, 10 to 15 different hospitals have emerged, and patients from all districts need to reach these centers. So there's an opportunity to first set these centers up to supply manpower to these hospitals, and then to also be able to train and send some of these students back who can work on telemedicine nodes back in their villages with the linkage to a hospital or a doctor sitting in the city. So over a period of 3 to 5 years, with the technology changing, more and more tools, new tools coming up, we see this opportunity growing, and this business, we believe, is here to stay for the next 15 to 20 years, depending on how innovative we can be with the changes in technology. Of course, we will be launching more and more new courses depending on the demand that comes. So we had started with, one course, and now we are offering about 15 programs. So that is how we have grown, and we see this number of programs increasing with the demand. Next, please. So what we are looking for is ideally a master franchisee. So somebody who can, take a territory and work the territory, because it takes time and energy to be able to work the territory, to explain to people. And once the first couple of batches start to get jobs or experiences, many more people follow. So so if one, so it basically means one needs some relationships on the ground where one can reach out to these people. In India, cultural, social, language issues play an important role. So we are looking for master franchisees who can kind of take a state, ideally, or a group of states, depending on uh, their background and what they've done. If they've been in the education business, it's ideal, but it's not necessarily important. But like I said, somebody who, has connects or has worked through other non-for-profits, who are again looking at solving grassroots level problems. I mean, if you, let's say, take the East, so Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, now at the state levels, people are still dying because of malaria and diarrhea, and every time the monsoons, post monsoons, there will be disease. So there's a huge need for skilling and training people there, and so who can take care of the local community. But then, of course, it also needs a linkage to somebody who's, coordinating a service model, who can deploy these people, and so that they can get salaries consistently. In fact, across all, it's a standard thing. There's a shortage of manpower across all. Most of the government hospitals also, there are a lot of vacancies which have not got fulfilled. So if the right skill sets, the government is also hiring through the PPP model, is not directly on the government roles, but they use agencies to hire. So we are looking for somebody who can invest, a range between 1 to 3 crores, depending on the territory, depending on the scale they want to do this. Because initially in this business, your costs are fixed. So one has to set up, infrastructure. So either you have your own buildings, or you've taken them on rent, and then set up the classroom and the basic equipment. So those are fixed costs. So once those are fixed, then it's the number of students who graduate, give you the viability and the profitability. So it means being in the community, explaining to them careers in healthcare, what could be the opportunities, and those who can do that aggressively, we have seen them being successful. So this is one model that we are looking for. So as a master franchisee, you have a larger territory, so you can open between 10 to 20 centers across, and in every state. So that is in fact, ideally, every district needs at least one training center. And the larger cities, I mean, if you look at it, for example, Delhi and Mumbai, the larger Delhi and the larger Mumbai are almost 3 crore population each, which is almost equivalent to Canada's population, right? And so you need about 15, 20 training centers just in this area to be able to support these cities. And these cities are also the cities, even if they learn in a smaller town, they aspire to come and work in hospitals here because they want to live in a bigger city, as well as the larger cities, also end up paying higher salaries and the career progresses faster. So a lot of people are looking at that as an option. So we kind of have put 4 zones. So depending on who is interested in each zone, we can have a conversation. We can understand, we have to be a two-way communication, which we can get offline with the Franchisee India team. Understand, where your linkages are, which is the territory you'd like to, explore, and do a little bit of a dipstick study as to what the potential is in that market. I mean, we can share our thoughts, and then we can kind of work out on a master franchisee program. So the master franchisee actually, yes, next please, will have to, open sub-centers below them. So in every state, I think in year 1, we'll be looking at between 10 to minimum 15 centers, which we, the potential exists. And then in every year, adding 7 to 8 new centers. So each of these centers needs a 3,000 square feet of space. It needs an investment of about 25 to 30 lakhs to set them up. And, to make an individual center viable, you need new admissions of 20 students every month. So those are the ballpark numbers. So we are open to, in fact, we're having discussions at both levels. So if somebody wants to do, the whole state, we have opportunities there as a discussion. Or if somebody just wants to open one center and then grow them as we go along. So that's the other opportunity. So both options are available. We are open for this discussion. Yes, next please. So this is what we quickly wanted to, share with you. We are happy to take any questions that you might have. And yeah, that's it, Akshay. And if there are any queries, I'll be happy to answer them right now.
Yeah, so we have a query from Telangana, but I think we'll take it offline with you.
Sure.
And we can connect you directly and we can see how we can take it forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time and
Pleasure
great
to be here.
presentation.
Thanks, Akshay, for giving us the opportunity, and good luck and stay safe. COVID is still around. Yeah.
True.
Okay.
You too. Take care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Hello, Arnab. So next brand will be Uclean, and you might have seen Arnab presenting most of the time in Franchise India events. So let me ask again today, and allow him to explain us more about Uclean to all of us. Yeah.
Thanks, Akshay. So should I share the screen or you would be running through the presentation?
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, are you able to see?
Yes. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet, given that it's already pretty late in the night, and I think more than 50% of the people have dropped out. So I'll try and wind this up as quickly as possible. Uclean is we are building a company that can, in many ways, be called a one-stop shop for all cleaning requirements. So we started our journey almost 3.5 years back in January 2017. And we started off with a couple of stores in Delhi NCR. And the idea at that point in time was to create a laundromat chain. And before starting Uclean, I was heading a budget hotel chain called Tribo Hotels, which is today the second largest budget hotel chain in India after Oyo Rooms. And there we realized that the biggest challenge that confronts any budget hotel today, or the biggest issue that most budget hotels are grappling with today, is the poor quality of laundry. So when you go to a website like a tripadvisor.com, which is where you do the comparison between various hotels, you will see that almost 65 to 70% of the escalations that are there, they are primarily because of the poor laundry quality. So when I saw that this is happening, I decided to move out and understand the issue and try and figure out a solution. So over a period of time, once I did a deeper research, I realized that the laundry industry overall is a massive industry with a market size which is anywhere between 50 to 80 billion dollars. But unfortunately, India did not have a single laundry player who was present across multiple cities or who had a proper professional setup. So all that we had was your local dhobis or the local small mom and pop operators who typically would lack the equipment, lack the chemicals, would not have the right kind of training, would not have the right kind of know-how. So that is when I decided that this would be the right time to enter this industry and create a chain of laundromats across India. So we started off with the first couple of stores in Delhi NCR, and then we realized very quickly that this is one model that can be very quickly replicated. You can very capably equip a passionate entrepreneur to run his own Uclean business, and you support him from the back end. So that is when we decided to go into franchising, and we have been franchising for the last 2.5 years. The traction has been pretty good. And as of today, we have about 237 franchisees across 55 cities of India, we have also started our international expansion, and we have just gone live with our first store in Kathmandu. What we also realized over a period of time was that laundry is one industry which has a very high frequency. So as a customer, if I'm happy with you, then I'll keep coming back to you week after week, because that is how your laundry cycle works. If there is a family of 4 or 5, you will have enough laundry every week that would need to be cleaned. So if I'm happy as a customer, I will continue coming back to you week after week. And this is the kind of frequency that no other industry has, except for something like a milk delivery industry, where the frequency is almost daily. Laundry is the only other industry where you see a customer coming back to you week after week. What we also realized over a period of time was that the same customer who at certain point in time is outsourcing his laundry service would also at some point in time require a carpet cleaning. He would require a sofa cleaning, or would require his entire house to be deep cleaned, or his car to be dry cleaned. So that is when we started getting inundated with a lot of inquiries from our existing customers. They were pretty happy with what Uclean was doing. And so they wanted that we should also come in and clean their car, as an example, or we should come in and clean their washrooms and kitchens. So that is when we realized that whether it is a B2B client, like a guest house or a school or a hotel, or whether it is a family, they typically want the same company to take care of all the cleaning requirements. So that is when we started doing more research on the interesting parallel opportunity of cleaning surfaces. And that's when we came across this American brand called ChemDry, which is the world's largest surface cleaning company. And by surface cleaning, I mean carpet cleaning, sofa, tiles, cars, rugs, washrooms, kitchens, doormats, everything becomes a part of surface cleaning. And the best thing about ChemDry was that everything that they had in their kitty was patented and proprietary to them. So all these patented technologies, all the patented chemicals is something that only ChemDry has access to. So we made a presentation to them. They liked what we had done with Uclean. They met our franchisees, they spoke to our customers, and they decided that we would be the right partners for building a country as complex and as large as India. So around mid of 2019, we signed a master franchise agreement with ChemDry for launching ChemDry franchisees across India. We started with we debuted with one of our own proof of concept in Delhi, and then we have been franchising for the last 4 or 5 months before the COVID-19 came into picture. So at this point in time, we have ChemDry in India, which is operational in Delhi NCR, Chennai, Guwahati, and Shillong, and we are now looking at building the brand further. Overall, Uclean Group, the idea is that we want to become that one-stop shop. So whether you have dirty clothes, you have dirty carpet, you have dirty sofa, you have a dirty home, dirty car, or dirty kitchen, we can clean them all between Uclean and ChemDry. Because of the COVID-19 situation, I'm pretty sure you would be seeing that all of a sudden the requirement of cleanliness and the importance of cleaning has increased manifolds. So that is why, while a lot of traditional franchising industries are seeing a downward slump, we are seeing that our existing stores are already doing what they were doing before COVID came into picture. And also there has been an increased demand for our franchisees. So because of the COVID-19 situation, in some ways, I would say that the coronavirus has been a blessing in disguise for the overall cleaning industry. Before I move to the next slides where I talk about the franchise opportunity in particular, one thing that really stands out for us as Uclean Group is that if you go to a Google or if you go to a rating platform like Facebook, you would see that we enjoy a rating of 4.5, despite being the largest laundry brand in the country and one of the top 5 laundry brands globally. We still have a rating of 4.5 in an industry where the rating typically hovers between 3 to 3.5. So a lot of credit to our franchisees who have understood the importance of customer delight, who have understood the importance of repeat customer in a business like laundry. We have been able to drive those kind of ratings. Now coming to the Uclean model, which is our flagship brand and which is the brand with which we started off. This is an extremely hyper-local business. So this is not the kind of business that would work on a high street or in a mall. In India, in particular, we are generally present in your small neighborhood markets, which are very typically very close to the residential societies. And one reason for that is that when you look at the laundry business, And especially when you look at the laundry business, the way it works in India is that a majority of your customers would always opt for a pickup and drop. So they are not very comfortable coming down to the laundry store, dropping off their clothes and then collecting it back. They would rather go to our UClean app, which is present both on the iOS as well as on the Play Store. They would download it from there. And from there itself, they would place a request for a pickup or a drop. And the concerned store, the store that is nearest to the customer, it would send their delivery boy to the customer's premise to do the pickup, bring the clothes to the store, get them processed, and then deliver the processed clothes back to the customer. So the algorithm works very similar to how, say, an Uber works. So the moment you as a customer sitting in a particular location place a request, the app would automatically find out the nearest stores and automatically assign the store that is closest to where the customer is located. Thereafter, it is the store's responsibility to service the customer and collect the money once the service has been done. The second thing, which is something that I keep talking about, is that this is one of those unique businesses where the customer repeat frequency is very, very high. So in a sense, we almost convert this business into a franchise model. The same customer keeps coming back to you every week. And what we do is through the software that we provide you, which is a proprietary software that we have developed, we keep tracking the frequency of a given customer. If we see that a customer has been visiting a particular franchisee store 4 or 5 times, or has been ordering from a particular store 4 or 5 times, our central delight team, which is working out of our head office in Delhi, they reach out to the customer. The idea of reaching out is twofold. One is to understand and garner a feedback on the service, to understand if there are suggestions for improvement, or if there are any issues or challenges that the customer faced. And the second part is where they try to convert the customer into a subscriber by selling him a package. So as a customer, you're coming to us every time and you're availing a certain service. So why don't you subscribe to a 6 months package or to a 12 months package? And the moment you do that, we give you a 20% discount on the overall value. So as an example, if I come to you and I subscribe to a 6 months package, we would typically charge you 7,200 rupees. So for customer, it's a discounted value. He's actually buying the same service at a 20% discount. But for the franchisee, the advantage is that the customer gets locked with the store on day one itself. So you don't have to keep reinvesting money on acquiring that customer. The industry is massive, but it's absolutely unorganized. So we are talking about an industry which is anywhere between 70 to 80 billion US dollars in size, and the industry is 97% unorganized. So if we as UClean, along with our franchise partners, are able to control even 1% of the industry, we are actually talking about creating $1 billion brand. And this is the opportunity that we are looking at alongside our franchise partners. One thing that really makes me very happy, and I would say this is the strongest pillar of the entire UClean franchise system, is that despite being just 3.5 years old as a brand, we already have a 20% franchise return rate. By this, I mean that 20% of our existing franchisees have already gone on to invest in more than one unit. They started off with a single unit, they liked the results, and then they decided that they would come back and invest in a second unit. And we are seeing this across India. So if I talk about a city as small as Belgaum, we have a single franchisee who has 3 units. I have multiple multi-unit franchisees in Ahmedabad, in Calcutta, in Guwahati. I have multi-unit franchisees in Delhi NCR, in Pune. So we have a very high frequency of franchisees who invested when the brand was young. They liked what they saw in the next 1.5 to 2 years, and they've already gone on to invest in 2 or even more than 2 units. The initial investment required for setting up a UClean unit is about 14 lakh rupees. With this, you are going to start off with 1 laundry machine. We work with an American company called Alliance Laundry Systems, which is the world's oldest and largest commercial equipment manufacturer. So you will get 1 machine of Alliance Laundry. You will have 1 steam iron table, and then there are other equipments that go along with. There is a franchise fee of 5 lakh rupees, and the store setup cost of about 3.5 to 4 lakh rupees. The beauty of the business is that this entire business can be set up with an investment of only 14 lakh rupees and on an area as small as 250 to 300 square feet. We even have stores that are less than 200 square feet in area, but we typically recommend you about 250 to 300 square feet of area.
This is the projected revenue, and this is based on historical performances of our stores which opened in the first couple of years. So it typically takes you about 3 months to become profitable. Then the business starts building up very quickly. You start ramping up. The profitability starts increasing. By the time you're in the fourth quarter, the sales typically reach anywhere between 4 to 4.5 lakh rupees per month. At this point in time, your profit margin is about 40%. So if you're doing sales of say about 4 lakh rupees per month, after removing all the expenses, you would be taking home a profit of around 1.6 to 1.7 lakh rupees per month. So you would be able to recover the initial investment of about 14 lakhs in 15 to 18 months. Next slide. The second business that I would like to talk about is ChemDry, which is a very unique business in the sense that this is a man and van model. So this is one business that does not require you to own a real estate or rent out a real estate. All you need is a van. You will have the equipments inside the van. You will have the chemicals inside the van, and your team will also be there inside the van. And this van will then move from one place to another, carrying out whatever services being requested. If you look at the franchising industry in India, or if you look at the retail industry in India, you would see that one of the biggest costs that any franchisee or any business faces, and in many ways, one of the biggest business killer today is rentals in India. So in that sense, ChemDry has a huge advantage that you don't have any rentals. Because you don't have a place that you're renting out, you don't have any electricity bill, you don't have any water bill. You just have the petrol cost of the vehicle, you have the chemicals consumption, and then you have the salaries of your 4 or 5 member team. So this is one business that typically becomes profitable in the first month itself because of these uniqueness. The biggest advantage with ChemDry is that if you look at the business, there is absolutely no competition. So we are talking about a business which is heavily unorganized, like the laundry business, but very importantly, there is not a single player that is offering these services consistently across various parts of the country. With ChemDry, can we move to the next slide, please? With ChemDry, again, the initial investment is very similar to UClean. So you would be investing about 15 lakh rupees upfront, which would be going towards the equipment, the chemicals, the uniforms, and the franchise fee. You will need to own a 4-wheeler. This would be typically a Maruti Eco kind of a van, where you can actually stock your equipment, where you can stock your chemicals, and then the team can move around from one place to another. All you need to do is you need to provide a safe parking space. So at the end of the day, once the team is done with the job, they should be able to park the van along with the equipment and chemicals at a safe parking place, and then again pick it up the next day from there. Our franchisees, either they have given them a parking space in their own personal garage, or in a couple of cases in Delhi NCR in particular, they have rented out spaces in the metro station. So the metros in India, they actually rent out space for parking at a very nominal charge of 3,000 to 3,500 rupees per month. So some of our franchisees have opted for that parking scheme. The overall advantage of ChemDry is that there is no competition in India right now. The second thing is that all the equipment and the chemicals that ChemDry uses, they're all patented, they're all proprietary. So only the ChemDry franchisees globally have access to these equipment and chemicals. The very interesting thing, and something that we have personally seen and we are trying to learn at UClean also, is that the kind of training that ChemDry provides is absolutely mind-blowing. So ChemDry is the only one of the rarest franchise brands in the world right now, which has a proper ChemDry university. So the moment you become a franchisee, you get access to the ChemDry university, and that university is filled with loads of information. There are videos, there are audios, there are a lot of literature that is available. You can literally learn anything and everything regarding the cleaning industry by logging onto the ChemDry portal. Apart from that, they also conduct regular examinations. So you as a franchisee can also log on to the portal, and you can undergo various tests, and basis those tests, your certifications would keep on improving. So you can start off ChemDry business very quickly. The day you sign off as a franchisee, you make the payment, we are ready to start you on that day itself. Your team will be there in place. We would be hiring the team, we would be training the team, and they would be ready to go ahead and start servicing from day one itself. Next slide. So before I get into the growth models available, very quickly, when I talk about the support system that we have, both with Uclean as well as with ChemDry, we are there with you from day one itself. So when I talk about Uclean, it is our team's responsibility to hunt for the location, to find suitable stores which are relevant from a technical perspective as well as from a market potential perspective. We are the ones who would be doing the recruitment, whether it is Uclean, whether it is ChemDry, all the recruitment and the training would be done by us. In terms of marketing support, all digital marketing is going to be directly done by us. So as a team, we are very strong digitally. You can see our online presence. You can see the kind of work that we have done on Google marketing or on Facebook. So we are very strong as a digital marketing company. And this is one business, both Uclean as well as ChemDry, where you will see a lot of online traction happens. So customers would typically go to our website, or they would go to our app, understand the services from there, understand the products from there, and then place an order directly from there. So that is, again, another support that would provide to all our franchise partners. When I talk about India, there are multiple franchise models that are available. One is the unit franchise model, which is the model that is available across India. So as a franchisee, you can choose to invest in a Uclean franchisee or in a ChemDry franchisee. And with an investment of about 15 lakh rupees, you can start off in any city of India. The second model is the master franchise model for India. So we already have about 14 state master franchisees in India. There are some very interesting, very lucrative master franchise regions that are still open. As an example, we are looking for master franchisee in Bengaluru. We are looking for master franchisee in Chennai, Mumbai, Punjab, Goa. These would be higher investment, higher returns model. And I would be happy to connect individually to discuss these models in detail. When I talk about international expansion, that is again something that we are very seriously looking at. We have already started with Nepal. We are now looking at aggressively at Southeast Asia with Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Cambodia being the top markets that we are very interested in. And here we would need somebody who really understands the local market and is prepared to develop the market alongside us. So I think that's all from my side with in terms of Uclean and ChemDry. Happy to get on a one-on-one discussion with anyone basis your interest and availability. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we are receiving few queries, but I think let me note them down and take it one-to-one with you after this session. So I think overall, good inquiries for Uclean we are already receiving. So maybe what I can do is after this session, I'll reach out to the individual requesters, and we can have a one-to-one session with Arnab as well. So thank you, Arnab, for explaining or showcasing this this business opportunity, and I hope we'll come back to you with some queries for it. Thank you again.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, attendees. I think we have some questions unanswered, but we have noted them down, and we will be reaching out to you one-to-one. And going ahead, we'll discuss with you and help you more with the brands which you are interested. So thank you again. Thank you for joining, and hopefully you had a great session. And we'll see you again. We'll connect with you again and discuss further. Shirishji and Harishji will reach out to you separately. Yeah. Thank you again.
Thanks, Akshay.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Thank you, Snigdha, as well.
Thank you, everyone.